jump. Climb out on the roof, just jump, motherfucker, you a lazy little shit. Why not jump and just fucking quit? It's your own fault, boy, you never did enough, and now you're gonna pay for the fucking shit you say. Victim blaming, mental shaming, always bitching cause I'm gaming. But this shit now I'm proclaiming, and I'm aiming for the house of lies that you built on the hill of the dagger that you staggered my ass with. Now you haggard, I'm so aggroed, call your fucking son a faggot. Why so ragged, you a maggot? See $1 and just grab it from the mouth of the starving reprobate. So much hate, bitch, I needed an escape from the rape of my sanity. Humanity is drained from my motherfucking corpse as I hit the fucking dirt. All the fucking hurt and the shit I can't recall dies with me. All the shame and the failure, I'm a terror. Fuck my mirror, time to fix this fucking error. Yeah, I'm the bearer of this shit, and I wear it on my wrist. Now it's time to cut it out and just grow the fuck up. In my mirror, it's a vision that I see of myself. Damn, I'm looking like my father, so why even bother? I'll die for my mother, so I'll never treat another the way that he fucked her. I'll break this damn cycle and jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 motherfucker, just jump. Jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 motherfucker. When there's evil in my heart and there's Satan in my veins, I'm insane. Best get stitches in my brain or a cane, cause I can't fucking stand on my own 2 feet. Defeat is my only fucking path. I'ma retreat, can't rest until my brain hits the concrete. Fuck you, I'm just tired of this deceit and these lies that you fucking spew, and the shit you put me through, and the shit you fucking do. But sometimes I just wonder if the shit you say is true. I'm just so damn rude and irresponsible to boot, and I'm the fucking reason mama's cutting her wrists up, and I just sleep too much, play too much, got some shit to say too much. Never clean my cage, I must. Such a fuss, boy don't cuss. I'ma fucking take your trust, give to God and make it rust. Time to bust, mustn't lust, gotta leave you in the dust. Live a life that's unjust, into hell you will be thrust. Satan is your just reward, you don't get a fucking sword. All of time you won't be bored, only flames, just rest assured. When my warnings you've ignored, you'll be punished by the Lord. Cast aside, you are abhorred, grace will never be restored. Jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 motherfucker, just jump. Jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 motherfucker, just jump. Jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 motherfucker, just jump. Jump, 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 motherfucker. Jump, 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 jump. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch, yeah. God damn your righteous fucking plan, bitch. I ain't rich, I ain't what you wish. You will never be enriched. You're a leech, you're a fucking leech. You will never have no reach. What the fuck was there to teach? Learn my fucking own lessons. I'm my fucking own blessing. Who the fuck you messing with? Thought I'd never serve a diss. Mama ain't deserve no kiss. I'ma let her slit her wrist when I'm done. I don't wanna be a bad son, but you fucking made me one. Now I'ma take this fucking knife and my own damn life right here. I don't wanna be my mama. Too much trauma, never saw the damn light. In this tunnel, I won't fight. I won't fight. I'ma fucking lay down, let myself drown. No one will save me anyway. No one will save save me anyway. No one will save me anyway, cause I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch, yeah. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch, yeah. I know angel bitch. I'm the devil you feared. Yeah. Why in the fuck did I leave? Why in my absence you grieve? Why can't my pain you perceive? Cause your own lies you believe. Didn't know you would conceive. The son of Satan deceived. I'ma take my fucking cleaver at your stomach fall. Make that shit mine, for that shit you fucking stole. I'ma take back my control. Get me out of fucking hole. What the fuck, I got no goal. Getting high, pay the toll. Like my mama gave a soul. For them pills and these demons, I can't even see my veins. Kids are driving me insane. I'ma cut this damn pain with my baby in my arms. Won't be sounding no alarms. Slip my wrist and I'm gone. Yeah, no one will save me anyway. No one will save me anyway. No one will save me anyway. No one will save me anyway, cause I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch, yeah. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch. I'm a son of a bitch, yeah.
This shit got my fucking stomach in. Never eat a fucking again. Better pray for all my sin. I don't feel no pain again. Fucking quit, got my fucking stomach in. I don't need a fucking again. Suffer now for all my sin. Never feel no pain again. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
Waking up like I ain't broke. All I need's a fucking smoke. While I fucking walk, drink another fucking coke. Food just make me wanna choke. Got my stomach I like smoke. No, that's not a fucking joke. Clear my plate, I'd rather croak. Extra shit like a bad plot. Mentally all I do is rot. Feels like I've been fucking shot. Fuck this love, I only suck my lot. Why so fat? Why so fat? You so ugly, got no tats. Why so fat? Why so fat?
Now you feel just like a man. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
Feel so nauseous, I can't eat. All I want's to fucking sleep. Cut it out, that's not a leap. I won't, so I'd rather weep. Fuck this shit, I don't know why. Makes me wanna fucking die. All I do is fucking cry. You won't see me eye to eye. I ain't hungry, eat no steak. Want no bake for your cake. Fuck them bitches, they all fake.
They just judge and want a snake. Bile in my throat when I see a fucking note. I don't want to fucking choke. All I need's an antidote. When I die, so she wrote. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing. If I'm what I eat, then I must be nothing.
I can't step to X, but if I wanna be the best alive in this game next, then there's some reckless shit that I gotta address. Up in this damn booth wearing a dress. Man, I can't even stress this enough. Damn, this game is rough. Y'all can call my bluff. I don't give a fuck. Damn, your vocals suck. Auto-tune you up. Mumbling amuck. Gucci gang it up. Chick-fil-A my cock like a 3 for Leyland Galen on a whaling tour. And it's hailing on him. Seen a river of fame and start sailing on it. Up in this YouTube shit, but I'm failing on it. So I get up on the mic and start wailing on it. Done some dumbass shit, but I'm bailing on it. bitch don't even fear. Start a new career, come up on the rear, bum up for the queer. Shed a little fucking tear for me, cause I can't get it up, but I'm ready to suck dick at an industry which already came on my dress and made a big fat mess like a princess who's been undressed and forced into an incest. To alleviate my stress, I think I'll take a damn respite. Don't get me wrong, I'm ready to aggress, and that lion ass red can attest. When it comes to blood sports, I'm the fucking best. And if y'all wanna de-stress, feel free. I'm just here to impress and be me, while y'all are here to regress and be weak. Violent chic like Muhammad Ali, with a violent streak and a well-placed uppercut to George Foreman's beak. Why the fuck are y'all so meek? You won't inherit shit with that attitude, especially not a planet that you boomers took and just ran it into the ground and juiced it up like a damn pomegranate and raped it like a righteous Islamic, robbing the cradle of civilization like a bandit. But when I say that shit on YouTube, they just up and banned it. Said I want my channel back, I demand it. If you can't see the point of empathy, then maybe you should just die, or sit your bitch ass in the corner and cry. Cause you reap what you sow, and you ain't nothing but a clone who thinks he's fucking grown. Pack your shit and stand, be a fucking man. Oh wait, your coward ass is already up and ran. I ain't trying to be woke, but I'm preaching to myself. I am you, we are one, and we are a sickness. Humanity feels for itself and nothing else. Selfishness and greed, but no one wants to concede. We're all fucking victims. We wallow in our own pain, looking for another motherfucker to blame. Talk on our asses like we got no shame, using those around us till we rise to the fame. Another wound that I can wear on my sleeve, making every bitch around me want to up and leave. It's only a matter of time before our chickens come home to roost. Maybe the best would be to tie a fucking noose and let the whole world loose. If you're gonna blame your problems on everyone else, then why not take the railgun off the fucking shelf? Cause what's the point of trying to be better, right? Fuck you, I'd rather fight. Cause the hope that I'm trying to ignite is way more important than who the fuck is wrong and who the fuck is right.
Damn right. Damn right. Wow. You know what? I kept that song out of my rotation for so fucking long. And I forgot how fucking good some of the lines in that thing were. Yeah, I got it right here. Look. Listen to this. I mean, this was like forever ago, and like, I love the line, I ain't trying to be woke, but I'm preaching to myself. I am you, we are one, and we are a sickness. Humanity feels for itself and nothing else. Selfishness and greed, but no one wants to concede. We're all fucking victims. We wallow in our own pain, looking for another motherfucker to blame. Talk out our asses like we got no shame, using those around us till we rise to the fame. Another wound that I can wear on my sleeve, making everyone around me wanna up and leave. It's only a matter of time before my chickens come home to roost. Maybe the best would be to tie a fucking noose and let the whole world loose. Cause if you're gonna blame your problems on everyone else, then why not take the railgun off the fucking shelf, yo? Cause what's the point of trying to be better, right? Fuck that shit. I'd rather fight. Cause the hope that I'm trying to ignite is way more motherfucking important than who the fuck is wrong and who the fuck is right. Legit. Real talk. All right? It might be harsh. Might be a little harsh, but it's words like that some of us need to hear, and I needed to hear, because I was preaching to myself. Because I was playing the victim. Don't get me wrong. Oppression exists. And yeah, there's ways in which I'm oppressed, but there's other ways in which I don't need to just lay down and be a victim. Where I can stand up and fight for myself. And do something for myself. Advocate for myself. Take what I need in this world and be better. Achieve something. How are you gonna achieve shit? If you don't even fucking try, yo. And if you're so damn fucking concerned with blaming everyone else for your problems, blaming this group, blaming that group, and don't get me wrong, there's certain areas where some groups are more to blame for some things than others. But at the end of the day, we can do fucking better. We can do fucking better. Because, legit, if you can't see the point of empathy, then I don't know what the point of you is as a human being. Because that is one of the great gifts of humanity, is our ability to empathize. And our ability to grow and learn. And adapt to the environments around us. To grow to amazing levels of potential. But we all want to waste it. We all want to waste it squabbling about our own little petty differences, our own little petty disagreements, rather than standing together as fucking human beings and saying, nah, I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight to do what's right. I'm gonna fight for what I believe is right. And I'm not gonna lay down and take no bullshit. I'm not gonna lay down and be rolled over. I'm not gonna let the world use me as its doormat. Just because it's hard for me to get up off the ground. I'm gonna get up off the ground and I'm gonna pick the world up and I'm gonna drop it on your fucking head. Is that the line? It feels right. That feels like the line, but it feels also off. I'm gonna pick the world up and I'm gonna drop it on your fucking head. The Lil Wayne, right? Lil Wayne and Eminem. That's a good song. Yeah, it's called "Drop the World." I think. Something like that. Whatever. How's everyone doing, yo? How's the chat doing? Sorry, I've been ignoring y'all. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Here we are. We're here. We're queer. Get ready to cheer. Hell yeah, everybody. What up, every motherfucker in the chat? We got Skylar Gray. We got Buzzard. We got Ashley Rose. We got Meta Moniker. We got Rose Black. We got Richus. We got Rich. Can I call you Rich? Can I call you Rich? Is that right? Can I call you Rich? Or is that not Gucci? Let me know. Blaine is here. What up? And Quixotic Dragon, how is everybody doing? Hell yeah. All right. Gucci. Okay. Sorry, that little deep dive into my song, there's layers to it, all right? There's layers to the shit I write that I don't even write as I'm writing it. I'll be honest, I originally wrote those words directed very pointedly at someone. But there is a reason why I included the line, I ain't trying to be woke, but I'm preaching to myself. Because I wanted to be clear that whatever criticisms I was levying out to others, I was also fully ready to recognize for myself. I have been, and I always will be, or I at least always try to be. Um, uh, 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 God, empathy and sympathy are greatest emotions. Yes, yes, and very, very important. All right, very important. It's our ability to take care of each other and be kind to each other. And for those of you who think that the world is devoid of kindness, sometimes it can really fucking feel like that, but there are wonderful people in the world, and sometimes just average people who do wonderful things, or who just do a wonderfully average thing that maybe for one person is something that could make their day or their life or their week. Like, we're all coming from different perspectives, okay, and we're all living different experiences, but we're all living a human experience. The one thing that we all have in common is our great capacity for emotions and to feel things, and we also have a great capacity for selfishness, but we have a capacity for empathy and for just being better in general. And we can. And because, see, a lot of people get cynical and say, oh, well, that's all nice and whatever, but that's like really idealistic. And I get that way of thinking, but to me, it's not too idealistic as long as I can look around in the world and see evidence that there are real people in the world who do good, and that most people are just out there trying to fucking survive, trying to take care of themselves. And I don't want to look at any group of people or any person individually as lesser or as somehow less worthy, okay? And that's why in general, like, I talk a lot about we need to have empathy with everyone, including the people we really disagree with, including people that, like, we view to be like horrible, evil grifters, and they are out there, trust me. There are horrible people out there that seek to take advantage of people, and that seek to sow discord. And that sucks. And we got to be on the lookout for those people. And we can't ever be so kind and compassionate that we let people walk all over us. We gotta fight for ourselves. We got to be able to take care of ourselves and advocate for ourselves and not let people abuse us. But at the same time, we need to, where we can, we need to try to understand people. Which is why, by the way, like, anyone that I excise from this community, I almost never, I almost never am doing it as like a permanent, like, fuck off, I never want to see you again, unless the person is being utterly malicious. Like, normally if there's someone that gets into a lot of conflict that causes me a lot of distress, or people I care about a lot of distress, and I just don't want them around, like I'm willing to view that anybody could have a change of heart or could come around, because I've seen it happen. I've seen a lot of people become better people. I've seen it with my own eyes. And the problem is, just because I've seen it doesn't mean everyone else has. And I'm sad for the people that are so full of negative experiences that they have nothing but cynicism left to offer. And that kind of sucks. But I would argue, to those people we should be extra kind, because those people are very clearly devoid of kindness in their life, and a lot of them could use it. We need to recognize, this is why I'm saying we need to have empathy, even for reactionaries, guys. A lot of reactionaries are deeply, deeply broken people with a lot of a lot of their own issues. Okay, and there's a reason that they are the way they are. There's a reason that they, you know, get to the place of treating people in a certain way, and it's not acceptable. It's not good. We should, you know, you know, socially condition people away from certain types of behavior, um, which we'll get into a whole thing later on social change versus authoritarianism. That's a later segment. But yeah, we can try to, like, you know, denounce certain behaviors and whatnot, but like we should still never lose hold of the humanity in the people we're condemning. We should always recognize that the people we're condemning are still people. Even the worst people are still people. They're still human beings, capable of suffering, capable of emotion, capable of love, capable of deep, powerful feelings of love, and some of the worst people are even able to love. I'd argue some people really express their love in absolutely messed up ways that shouldn't be acceptable and aren't acceptable. But the fact that people are able to feel love should show you, like, I'm sorry, I know it's cheesy, and I know some people groan when they see it in like fantasy or fiction or whatever. But there's a reason that a lot of fiction portrays love, or a lot of fantasy portrays love as being the most powerful force in the universe, because it almost kind of is. Love can lead you to do amazing things. It can lead you to do terrible things. It can lead you to hate yourself. But it can lead you to feeling the most amazing and complete that you've ever felt. It's all about perspective. And it's all about the circumstances involved as well, you know. You might love someone in a way that's not healthy. Or someone that might love you might express it in a way that's not healthy. But and again, that's bad, but like, love is still love, and it's powerful. And even some of the most hateful people are able to feel. And in fact, I would argue hate is mostly a product of love, because just like you can't have darkness without light, you can't have hate without love. Hate and love are, I mean, hate is usually derived of love, right? It's usually, or at least of some kind of like you can't truly hate someone that you have feelings for, I believe. Like true hate. True actual hatred. It's normally born of love, and of in some way your love being mistreated, because love can hurt. It can absolutely hurt, and that's why it's dangerous, but it's powerful. A lot of people forget that. A lot of people get really cynical, and they act like love is just nothing but a bad thing, or a thing to be avoided, or a thing that's just stupid, or doesn't even exist in general. I mean, I've gone through phases of being like, fuck love, it doesn't even exist. And fuck anyone who thinks it does exist. I've gone through phases of like literally being like, nah, love is a social construct. But that's literally not true. I mean, a lot of the ways that we express love is a social construct, but I would argue the emotion of love is something that we feel. It is something within us that can't be replicated, that can't be just artificially manufactured. True love is a feeling that is deep within us and that, like, is almost unavoidable. They always say that every cynic is a disappointed idealist. Yeah, that is a lot of the time true, and that's why we need to temper our expectations as optimists, which I feel like my channel, I try to make my channel, there's a reason I called it Hopium. I wanted my channel to be generally about optimism, but a healthy kind of optimism. An optimism that is good and worthwhile and productive. An optimism that's not just blind and, you know, that's not just blind and ignorant and completely delusional, right? Goddamn, wait, what was that thing I wrote? Oh, yes. Yeah, hope, must be grounded in reality. Otherwise, it's just delusion. I wrote that down last night because that popped into my head, and I was like, it's very true. Hope is important, of course, but hope must be grounded in reality, because otherwise it's nothing more than delusion. So have hope, and hope is good, but make sure you're hoping in make sure your hope is proportional. Always, like, see, here's the thing. You can even hope for things that aren't likely. Just, you know, temper that. Don't put all your eggs in that basket. Have that in the back of your mind. Because I'm the kind of person, even if I feel like a relationship with someone is completely irreparably damaged, I always have the hope in the back of my mind that maybe someday it'll be repaired. Maybe someday time and space and a change of perspective will allow people to come to clearer heads. And the fact is that often is the case. And a lot of the times in the moment, we can feel like something is like the end of the world. We can feel extremely... Yeah, we can feel extremely like... Why is this so... Okay. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the camera setup. Anyway. We feel like shit is the end of the world in the moment, is my point. And certain conflicts, certain things that we might experience might feel like, you know... And we might think people are unforgivable. We might think that certain things are just, you know... too far gone. And some people are too far gone. But a lot of the thing is, I don't even believe that, actually. I don't think anyone is too far gone. I think in a lot of places, in a lot of cases, people are just too far gone right now. They are in a different place. They're in a place where they cannot they're in a place where they cannot basically, god damn it, they can't understand your perspective, right? Sometimes everyone's in a different place in their life. And for example, a lot of conservatives are in a place due to their experiences and where they are in their life and what they've done and what they've experienced, where what they believe seems perfectly logical. And right now, trying to explain to them, trying to convince them to become a leftist or to be more empathetic in general might be a lost cause, but that's only right now. And actually, I hesitate to use the term lost cause, because a lot of times, and I think people don't realize this, a lot of times we feel like we're not making headway, or like you talk to someone and you feel like, oh my God, this person is too far gone. They're insane. What they believe, they're not like they're not engaging with reality. And a lot of the times that's true, but like many of us were once in that position ourselves. And it was only through time and growth and learning that we came to a place where we were able to become more logical and more understand many things better, right? So yeah, God, we just gotta treat people more like human beings, guys. We really fucking do. If we want to convince anyone of anything, we need to treat people like human beings. Especially because we will literally never convince anyone to join our side otherwise. Whoever, and when I say our side, I'm talking about any group you might affix yourself to. Any group I might affix myself to. Because there's many things that there's that's why. There's many things that I stand for and that I believe in. And there's many sides that I would say that there's many areas where I'm like, yes, there's many things I stand for, right? God, I forgot my point. God, I hate it. As I'm trying to like clarify something, I forget the broader. Sometimes I recognize there's not even as much of a need to clarify something. I'm just too worried in the moment that like you guys aren't understanding what I'm trying to say. Anyway, almost everyone can improve. Not everyone can be good. What is good? I think some people are locked down in their frame of mind and can only be altered somewhat or improved based on who they are. I'll say for a lot of people that's true for the most part, but I would never say that that's a hard rule. I would definitely say it's more nuanced than that, because again, I think it's for some people may never ever change. Some people will never change their positions. Doesn't mean that they're not capable of it. Those are two different things. For a lot of people, it's a choice. And some people, bigotry is a choice. And some people will always choose bigotry. God damn it, where the fuck did that thing go? There we go. I mean, bigotry born out of ignorance is one thing, but like, once someone is reasonably informed of things, like, it's up to them whether or not to hang on to that. And, like, people make their choices, and we gotta live with that. And, we should condemn certain choices, and we should, I believe we should socially condemn certain things and certain behaviors and be like, nah, that's cringe if you do that, right? But we should always recognize that these people are people and that they have the capacity for change, and never treat anyone like they're just, worthless. Which is why a lot of the times if I tell people to leave my community, I tell them, you know what, like, come back later. Like, I give my community some space and maybe come back some other time, or maybe just stay quiet for a while because it seems like you're a little too, in conflict with things here, and you're just interested in starting conflicts, and I'm not down for that. Set your boundaries with people, but have compassion and understanding. Anyway. God damn it. What about when they make laws against LGBT or other... What word? I don't know what that word you... segregation laws? Stuff like... I mean, if people are... Make no mistake, when I say be compassionate, I'm talking about, like, in your personal life, in dealing with other people, in interpersonal, situations, in dealing with people online that you're like, interacting with, just in general, like treat people like human beings. But if people are malicious towards you, that's a whole other issue. If people are actively being malicious towards you and actively trying to oppress you, push back and fight back against it. But here's the thing. In a lot of cases, it's the lawmakers and it's the very extreme authoritarian-minded people that are really pushing for certain discrimination laws, and a lot of people are just pulled along into it because they're convinced by the prevailing arguments. In a lot of cases, that's one of the biggest problems, is like people being convinced by bad arguments. And a lot of people, this is the sad thing, a lot of people that say and believe and do fucked up things actually believe that they're doing right, because no one believes that they're the villain of their own story. At least very few people truly do deep down, when they and as they make choices in their life. Most people are not doing it thinking like, yes, I am actively a bad person, I am actively making other people's lives worse, and isn't this just grand? Most people aren't doing that. Most people are just really ignorant, short-sighted, and too wrapped up in their own life and their own issues to basically bother to care about other people that aren't directly in their vicinity. And even then, not unless they're of some importance to them. For example, a lot of people don't really care about gay issues at all, really, until they have gay friends or until they have a gay family member. And some people will become really anti-gay when they interact with a gay person, and other people will become really pro-gay when they interact with a gay person. But most people don't really think about it much or care, unless they have the third option, which is impressions given from media. So you can maybe see gay characters and form an impression in your mind of what this group might be like, and then perhaps be convinced by a group who already hates gay people to form a bandwagon of, that stop, ban all the gays or whatever. You're beautiful, Emily. Thank you. Because technically nobody is the villain. I mean, in a very technical, nihilistic sense, yeah, that's kind of true. I would say there are people in the world who do take on the roles of villains, but most of them convince themselves that they're not. And at the end of the day, yeah, like it's more like you're the villain of someone else's story. And you absolutely, by the way, can be the villain of someone else's story without sometimes even realizing that you are. You might be the villain of someone else's story, but the victim of your own story. And it's all about perspective. And that doesn't make certain behavior right or correct or defensible. But it's worth remembering when interacting with people. Mental health, trauma, delusional, and gluttonousness, all things revolving them. Damn, that I'm sorry to hear you're dealing with that, yo. High and emotional. It's been a week. I feel that, yo. I feel that. I've had a very a very emotional week myself. Which is one of the reasons I have a lot to say tonight. There's a lot of stuff I want to get into before we end. It's not kind of true. It's true. Villainy is entirely subjective. Same with heroism. I mean, sure, but that doesn't mean that there's not value in recognizing heroism or villainy. And I'd say heroism is definitely less subjective. I mean, for example, there can be people who are villains on a larger scale and heroes on a larger scale. And there's some people that, you know, and it is down to subjectivity. It is. But, like, there's value in, you know, society viewing someone like Hitler or a Trump as a villain. You know, especially when it's someone who's made it clear that they're going to do whatever it takes to, you know, they're basically going to do whatever they want, and, you know, no matter who gets in their way, and they're willing to, you know, do horrible things to society as a whole. There's value in us recognizing someone like that as villainous, and there's value in us recognizing the heroism in those who stand up to that type of villain. So my point is, it might be subjective, but that doesn't mean it's meaningless. You can... I think there's value in Jeff Bezos being viewed as a villain. And I think people who stand on the front lines of Amazon protests are heroes. They might not be, you know, it's proportional. They might not be like the biggest heroes in the world, you know, actually bringing about the super heroic change here and now. But they're doing something. They're fighting. They're fighting for their rights. They're fighting for their unions and others who can't defend themselves and who can't stand up and fight for themselves. They're fighting. They're doing something good. And we should recognize that. There's value to recognizing stuff like that in society. And when we get to, cause look, again, I subscribe to nihilism, but only to a certain extent. There's a reason I've always called myself an optimistic nihilist and not just a nihilist, because I recognize that there probably isn't much inherent meaning in the universe at all, if any at all, but I do recognize that. And because of that, I recognize that, you know, we're able to find our own meaning. And I recognize that that's actually extremely valuable and what we should be doing. We should be finding our own meaning. And see, I think a lot of people, they realize that, like, or they come to their own personal realization that the world is meaningless. That you know, that you know, they come out of religion, they, come to the conclusion there is no God, and then they come to the conclusion, well, even beyond that, there's no broader meaning in the universe. It's all pretty much just random, and that may very well even be true, but I feel like a lot of people get stunlocked by that realization and forget the value of subjective meaning. Because there is value in subjective meaning. There's value in finding meaning in society, finding a meaning and a purpose to your life. There is value in that. Nihilism should only be a tool that is used in order to disconnect you from oppressive systems that have tricked you into thinking that there is only one meaning and that it is theirs. And, coming out of that and recognizing more, they're like, oh, it's actually all kind of subjective. It's good. It's really good for being able to gain a perspective on different people's meanings and views on the universe. But if you don't end up forming your own coherent version of meaning, then you'll just end up listlessly floating through the universe. And if that's what suits you, I guess more power to you, but I want to do something more than that with my existence. You know what I'm saying? I want to have a positive impact on the world. I want to be the change that I want to see in the universe and do what I can to practice what I preach and preach what I want to see practiced, and provide the world with good arguments for why those things should be practiced and why we should live our lives a certain way. Because I believe there's value in finding a way to live your life. And it's not always going to be the same for everybody, but finding a way to live your life, some kind of standard or set of standards to live up to is a good thing. But no matter what, we can never let that become too rigid. We have to always remember that there's room for, we always have to have room for growth. We can't just have an ideology, surround ourselves with it, and then bury our heads in the sand and, refuse to hear anything else. We have to be willing to engage with other people's perspectives and consider that other people's perspectives might be valuable, that there might be value to hearing what other people have to say, and that, and understanding that there is no one knowledge, there is no one type of wisdom. Maybe we all attain a certain a type of wisdom through our lives, and maybe it's something that's good, that is worth holding on to, that's good for us, but that's not the only type of wisdom that we should hold on to. We should recognize other people have their own. Other people have learned other things too, and we can learn from them instead of only learning from our own experiences. I'm interested in discussions of the interpretations people have of this or that piece of art or behavior and outcomes in history, but existence is just the empty vessel for those things. It's not even a matter of existence is meaningless. Existence having meaning or not is like saying everything is blue or tastes like honey. It's not, what? Existence having meaning or not is like saying everything is blue or tastes like I don't see the connection there. Existence, I'm talking about your existence having meaning, okay? broader existence, no, it doesn't have meaning. At least not one that I've ever been able to comprehend. But by the way, see, I'm flexible. First of all, I'm not willing to say that it's not a possibility that meaning is out there and that we just haven't discovered it yet. He's saying there's no meaning in saying there's no meaning. I guess that would track with his name. It is Meta Moniker. I mean, I guess if you want to be pedantic about it, sure. But at the end of the day, it's about finding a way to... It's about finding a way to get through the day and get through life, okay? And for a lot of people, finding some kind of meaning in their lives is very valuable. And for a lot of people, without any sort of meaning, they don't really end up doing much. They don't end up accomplishing much or wanting to. We need meaning, we need goals, we need something to strive towards. And that's why I have my meaning and my purpose, but I would never push that onto another person, because my meaning is subjective, but it's something that helps me and that makes my life worth living. I know who I want to be. I know what I want to be. I know the effect and impact that I want to have on the world. And I strive to be that. And so most of the decisions that I make are gonna be, at least, I try to make them with that in mind of am I staying true to what I believe is worth living your life for? Am I staying true to who I believe is the ideal person to be, at least for me? And that gives me meaning, and that gives me a purpose to keep moving forward. I want to work to be a better me. I want to work to be what I can become. I want to work to be someone I can be proud of. Rather than blindly, running around seeking the approval of others, I want to be someone that I approve of, that I'm proud of, that I'm proud to be, and that I'm proud to advocate for, and that I'm proud to go out there and shill to the world and say, come listen to what I have to say, because it's worth it. And I mean that, and I believe that. Become who you are? No, become your very best potential, or as close to it as you can possibly attain. Because we all have amazing potential, and while it can be harder for others to reach that potential, we all have potential on some level to attain some modicum of what our overall highest potential is. We have the ability, we have the ability to work our way there incrementally. It doesn't happen overnight. What is a good standard of potential to reach? See, here's the thing. There's no simple answers when it comes to any of this. It's subjective. It's down to you. What is your standard? What is a good potential standard for you? That's the question. And only you know that. It comes with understanding yourself and understanding what your core values are, and learning to be true to that. Because for me, the standard I want to reach is, I want to be a person who, I mean, everything I said in my regeneration speech is who I want to be, because I believe that's, most of those things are a good standard. To never let cruelty or anger guide me. I think that's a good standard in general. Don't be guided by cruelty. I think it's a good standard to try to be an empathetic person. I think it's a good standard to always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind. And when we but when we do fall short of that, failing all else, to never be without mercy. Mercy for our fellow human beings. Mercy for the life out there. For our fellow human life and other life. To have mercy for those who can't defend themselves. That's what I think is a good standard. But this is my view of morality. This is my view of what a good person is. And it's subjective, and I recognize it's subjective. Wait, what? You don't get to chastise me for anything. Thank you. But what Nietzsche quote did I miss the meaning of? Because I will be honest, if I hear words, I will very often sometimes take them and use them to exemplify my own meaning. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, because, like, especially phrases like that, poetic language is interpretable in multiple ways. That's the point of it. If you're going to use poetic language, you need to recognize that it can be interpreted in different ways. But yeah, if you're going to say something like that, make it clear what you're chastising, I guess. Nietzsche was an incel. I mean, maybe. Hang on. I will be right back. Oh fuck, no. I forgot now. God damn it. My fucking memory. I've been meaning to go grab something this whole stream, and then I just forgot what it was. Which is convenient. Isn't that convenient? Yes, and your interpretation was literal and rigid. Because it wasn't an interpretation. It was, you said that, and then I said, I mean, become who you are, I guess, is what I was basically saying is, what the phrase "become who you are" can be a good phrase in this following context. And then I then went on to explain a way that an interpretation that, meshes with what I believe. Anyway, all right, Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm gonna go grab something from upstairs, and I will be right back. And then I've got a couple things to talk about. So hell yeah, I will be right back like in 10 seconds. But you know what? Even still, um I guess enjoy this Hassan React. Okay, enjoy this wonderful Hassan React segment. Um, hmm. Here we go.
Perfect. There's a lot of shit that goes on here. There's a lot of people that can barely afford to survive here, and we should work to fix those problems. Like, we absolutely should. But I had kind of the view that, like, everybody who is, like, part of my generation who goes online and says, like, they're oppressed or they don't like some injustice that they perceive, you know, there's always all whiny crybabies. So I guess you guys can see here where my mind was kind of at. This was me after... Actually, this was something I made after watching just a lot of DP, a lot of fucking anti-SJW content, and seeing... I watched a lot of DP, I watched a lot of Undoomed. I was like, oh my god, this fucking victim culture. Fuck the left. Fuck these lefties, dude. And, I wasn't making it... This wasn't a partisan thing. This was just me being like, oh my god, fuck everyone, dude. Fuck them all. Because I was still... Trust me, I was still well aware at this point that the right wing is bullshit. I want to ruffle Jay's hair. Yeah, dude. It is kind of cute.
Having my voice heard and being, you know, adored.
Oh, so if your voice is heard, that means you're not oppressed. Okay. Yeah, if people can hear you, depending on what levels... I mean, yeah, there were some, like, really prominent anti-SJWs at the time. But, like, okay, people can hear you. That doesn't mean you're not oppressed. Like, people that are oppressed should be heard. We should be listening to them. We don't listen to them nearly enough. That's the fucking problem.
By all these people. Look at how oppressed I am. Maybe it has something to do with the baby boomers that most of us had for parents. They completely fucked everything up. Because if you look back...
Okay, I still, I don't disagree with
Damn, yo.
the fact that baby boomers...
Look at this crazy meta shit that I've created. I should keep playing this. We can react to this, yo. We can react to me reacting to me. The most meta react segment ever. Actually, I've seen more meta shit. I've seen more layers of meta streaming. But we can go ham with it. I can do a reaction to this here, and then on my next stream I can react to this of me and then, like, you know, in a few weeks we'll have like a stream of me reacting to me reacting to me reacting to me reacting to me. Goddamn. Yeah, TJ once had 5 layers. Yeah, I've seen Vosh have like 5 or 6 layers before. It's crazy. All right, this is what happens when streamer culture runs amok, guys. This is what happens. Okay, this is the world you guys brought upon yourselves. Okay, you stream watchers out there. Okay, you guys brought this on your fucking selves. Okay, this is the world you're living in now. This is streamer world. I'm a streamer. I like to do some streamer shit. Damn. I don't know why I still have that Lord of Patriarchy meme from Underhaven in my head. 'Cause it's a funny meme, alright? It's a funny meme. It just is, alright? What? Setting your own morals and philosophy is not ontologically nihilistic. That's fine. I don't advocate for being a nihilist, necessarily. I think nihilism is a good tool for again, like getting one out of oppressive ideologies and recognizing that ideologies are subjective. But beyond that, like, if you make the funny thing is, I see people out there who they look at nihilism and they go like, oh yeah, like the universe is inherently meaningless. Damn, wow, isn't that crazy? So I guess nothing means anything, and then they turn their whole existence into like being all about anti-meaning and like just shitting on everyone else's meaning. They go around, they go, that's a social construct. That's fucking, just trying to poop on everyone's fun. Don't poop on everyone's fun, yo. Don't poop on others' happiness. Like I've said before, misery loves company, but so does joy, okay? And a lot of people find joy in their meaning, and they want to spread it, and they want to share it with others, and we should recognize that they're not necessarily trying to be malicious about it. If people are malicious about it, if people go around proselytizing and trying to convert people into their way of thinking, or trying to control the way people behave, like, depending on what it is, we might have a problem with it. But goddamn. Escaping nihilism is a win-win in my book. Yeah, I don't disagree, because nihilism can be a bit of a mental stun lock. And it can make it harder for you to, it honestly can make it harder for you to be happy, because hang on. God fucking damn it. Okay. Yeah, nihilism. I don't know if the chat is arguing. I'm gonna say, if you guys are having like a back and forth argument in the chat, it's probably best to, like, I don't know. Who needs the devil? We do so much ourselves as human. I mean, yeah, we do a lot of evil as humans, but we also do a lot of good. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna move on from the nihilism conversation, because it's not a road I feel like going down this stream, and I actually have shit that I want to specifically talk about in this stream. And yeah, so I have an article I want to look at, but actually before we get to that article, I want to have a conversation about something. I want to talk, like, okay. In the stream title, I put social change versus authoritarianism, and I'll admit it's a little bit of a reductive title for what I want to talk about here, because what I actually want to talk about is, like, the differences between morally condemning something and advocating for it to be, like, regulated or even outlawed. The difference between making a behavior, the difference between criminalizing a behavior and socially, morally condemning it. Because, I mean, as we're living in the society that we currently live in anyway, there is definitely value to having both. We sorry, my notes are confusing me. In our society, like we have both, right? We have both. We have laws of things that, like, you know, we that are illegal, that we don't like, that there's less of, that we try to like lessen in society, and then there's things that we outright ban and outlaw. Altering things that we dislike about a society by forming moral opinions and excising those who are malignant to society by collectively denouncing certain behaviors is literally how social change is brought about. And that's why society as a whole is less homophobic than it once was, less racist than it once was, less transphobic, and many other things. Less puritanical about sex. You know, these things became more prevalent in our society due to the fact that, well, a lot of people in society took the moral stance that racism is wrong, took the moral stance that homophobia is wrong, that, you know, and I know in a lot of ways we're still fighting this battle, but that one's right to their own sexual autonomy is morally good, you know? We, as a society, socially condition each other, kind of, to not do certain things, right? For example, if your neighbor comes and takes a shit on your lawn, right? Everybody on the street will kind of be like, yo, like, what up, man? Like, why'd you fucking do that? Yo, it's not, you know, everyone's gonna give him shit. People are gonna be like, give him weird looks. I'm like, why'd you do that, man? You know, you tell people form an opinion, and they, what they will do with that opinion is, normally, like, socially condemn. And that's how a society works. That's how human beings have worked for, like, millions of years. And so this. The reason I want to talk about this is because whenever I have conversations about things I don't like in society, or things that I wish were done less in society, or things that I would personally morally condemn, unfortunately, a lot of people, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's completely unintentional, but I feel like a lot of people in their minds, what they hear is, what, you want to ban this behavior? And what they start having is the argument as to why a thing shouldn't be illegal. And I want to be clear, in fact, most of the conversations that I have around the morality of a thing have nothing to do with whether or not a thing should be legal. I almost don't care most of the time. Because, I mean, I think in a socially healthy society, a lot of laws wouldn't even be quite as necessary. You know, if we had a society that promoted good values and shunned bad ones, you know, people would be less inclined to do certain things. And now I know a lot of people say, oh, well, we already condemn certain things, so why do they still happen? Well, the problem is everyone's got their little niche groups, their little communities, and it's not unrealistic for someone to find a community or a group of people where a thing is socially acceptable. And that can be a problem. But this is why we need to this is why, like beyond social conditioning, we need to appeal to people's humanity. Because as we socially decondition people from being, bigoted or, certain ways that are negatively impactful towards society, it does end up socially isolating a lot of people, and we need to recognize that, and we need to recognize that as a bad thing, or as at the very least a thing that needs addressing. And this is why I still advocate for having compassion for these people while still being able to morally condemn their behavior. Because believe it or not, it is more than possible to morally condemn someone with love. It is possible to look at someone's behavior and say, I view what you've done as abhorrent, and I'm calling you out because I care, and I want you to be better. I'm not calling you out because I want to otherize and view you as a worthless human being that has no value. I am calling you out because what you are doing is harmful to society and it needs to change. But that's why we also need to be ready to be welcoming to people as they grow and change, and be willing to educate people and help them grow and change. But yeah, to bring it back to this topic, okay, again, yeah, okay. So like I said, every time I bring up like moral conversations, like I feel like it goes to like, oh, you want to ban this thing, and so I want to make it very clear that I talk about a lot of things. It's not about criminalizing behavior. I in a lot of cases, I believe in rehabilitation almost always. I believe in rehabilitation, okay? But that doesn't mean that I'm never going to condemn a thing. And I feel like a lot of lefties especially like kind of forget the rehabilitation thing. And like, oh, well, obviously we need rehabilitation for drug addicts and for criminals and this and that, but like they forget about it when it comes to dealing with people with abhorrent ideas. And the thing is, I think they should both be addressed similarly. I think if we want to address criminality, as well as if we want to address just abhorrent behavior in general, we need to be willing to try to rehabilitate people. Because I promise you, not rehabilitating people and pushing people further towards their fucked up ideologies is not more helpful for society. In fact, it creates a much larger burden on society. Pushing back a group of people and being like, oh, they they can never be redeemed, sort of thing. Everyone should be shunned who has ever been this thing or has ever like that's not helpful. That's really not helpful. But to take it back, what is helpful is being willing to socially condemn certain behaviors that we view as harmful. And that's why I think it's very, very, very important to talk about certain behaviors in people that are harmful. Oh, doggo, if you're gonna come in here and act in bad faith, that's a really bad faith fucking interpretation of what I just fucking said. That is a horribly bad faith. I'll give you a chance to rein back the bad faith a little bit. But no, I don't support re-education camps. What I am against, re-education camp, not on any level am I. Like, what I'm talking about is rehabilitating people through social means, through, there's all kinds of ways. People can be rehabilitated through consuming certain types of media. Can make people more empathetic, more willing, more understanding, more caring people. There are a ton of ways to rehabilitate shitty people. What? Oh, you were talking to Quixotic. Okay, sorry, Doggo. I thought you were saying that I was saying that. Okay. Because yeah, no, I've never said I support re-education camps. Like what? If your standard for re-education camps are prisons that don't abuse and cement criminals, or pushing for socially conscious messaging, then I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what anyone could tell you. Yeah, because yeah, I advocate for prisons that try to rehabilitate people. I advocate for prisons that don't just throw the book at people and work them to death while they're in there, but actually try to educate them. Try to teach them skills to become useful people in their lives. Actually, give them therapy. Therapy is the big thing. People in prison should have the best access to the best therapy there is. When honestly, a lot of the time they get some of the worst therapists. They get, God, like, I'm just thinking like the show Orange is the New Black. If you think of Mr. Healy, he's basically like he's basically this misogynistic, really oblivious kind of like a therapist that he thinks he's being helpful, but what he ends up doing is very harmful. The fact is, and there's a reason I praise that show, because it does a good job at pointing out a lot of the issues with things like this. Skimping out on like cheap therapists that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and that either just throw pills at you that willy-nilly without thinking, or that just tell you to buck up, basically. And there's just all kinds of bad shit, when like they should have access to like top therapists who can actually get through to these people and make their lives better. I think serial killers should be dealt with privately, like Sweden method. What is the Sweden method? I'm not familiar with that, so I can't speak on it. Therapists are a pain in the state. They chunk random meds at you. Well, that's why I'm saying good therapists, good, highly accredited therapists, performing peer-reviewed clinically proven treatments, and there's no like one prevailing way to like handle mental health, but there are better ways than others. And I'm telling you, like a lot of people don't have access to the kind of care that's out there, and that they could use. Can I link an article? Sure. I will say though, by the way, just so you know, Doggo, and everyone else knows in the chat, in fact, I prefer to not even talk about the Russia-Ukraine thing right now, because I'm not a news channel and I'm not super educated on that. But I will say this: anyone who comes into my community, making any claim about the current conflict, you need to any claims you make need to be met with citations. If you have any claims to make, you need to provide a link so that your claims can be looked into. Otherwise, I don't want to hear any claims made from anybody. All right? Glad you don't want to talk about it. I didn't want to with you anyways. Well, that's good. Like, what I was trying to get across to you, Doggo, and I mean this in all love and charity, like, I was trying to get that across to you, that, like, maybe it's not a great idea to talk about that with people. Like, some things, like, if you have disagreements with people on certain things, like, sometimes it's not worth... Like, it's worth picking your battles on some things, you know? And I recognize that we all have different perspectives, and a lot of people can be very emotional about their perspectives, and I understand why. So, at the end of the day, that's why I think it's very important that all claims anyone makes are met with evidence. And furthermore, like, it's... Look... My big take on the Russia-Ukraine scandal is I don't like it. I don't like war. I don't like conflict. I don't like it. Make peace, not war. Make fuck, not kill. That is almost always my standard. Now, I recognize it's more nuanced than that. It's way more nuanced than that. War usually is. At least you're not Paul's ego who's supporting Putin and Russia. Okay, I'm not even... No, I'm not getting into it. I'm not, guys. I'm not doing that. Because, I'm not the most well-versed in foreign policy in general. Yeah. And war is a fucked up thing. I can give you guys my overall stance on war, and it's never gonna change. It's never gonna fucking change. Yeah, I am against war, and I always will be. I always will be. And I will always be for whatever solution ends whatever conflict and bloodshed the most quickly, but also ethically, and while considering the lives of innocent people. And the fact is, these situations get so messy so quickly that, like, a lot of people are not qualified to speak on certain things when, like, we don't have all of the fucking facts yet. We just don't. And in some cases we won't for a long time. That's not to say that we can't have opinions on it and that we can't, you know, make our opinions be known, but we need to be careful. We need to be careful what hills we're willing to die on and what bridges we're willing to burn over these things. When we have to recognize that is one of the greatest tragedies of war in general. The lives, not just the lives that are lost, Like, the lives that are lost are a massive, insane tragedy that will never be, that can never be undone. And a lot of the unintended outcomes of war are that it sows a lot of discontent and discord and, you know, whatnot through people. You know, there's a reason when they talk about the Civil War, they talk about it being brother against brother, because conflicts like this can split people on that level, and it can get wildly messy and really bad. And that's why I advocate for retaining our humanity in all of it, and in just continuing to care for our fellow human, especially guys, in a time when there is so much death, so much bloodshed, so much pain. Please, this is the time that we most need to retain our humanity and our love for our fellow human, when those things are so devoid, when our society is so devoid of those things. We need to retain our humanity and our love for our fellow people, because otherwise we'll all just fall to the same end. We'll all end up just killing each other. I don't want a future where we all just kill each other. That's not realistic, though. War is as natural as breathing oxygen. I disagree. I mean, war might occur naturally. I mean, semi-natural. Like war happens, yes, it does. But should it? Never. Never. Again, like, is war necessary sometimes? Sure. But ideally, never. Ideally, we would never go to war, ever. There's again, and I've stressed this very much recently, there's a very big difference between necessary and good. And most of the time, the difference between good and evil is the difference between what's right and what's easy. I'm not saying that's always the case, but more often than not, that's the case. Or at least, maybe not evil, but good. I think that's how you quantify good. Good is the distance between what's right and what's easy. But yeah, anytime war comes up, I will always bring back the doctor's speech, because it is extremely, extremely prevalent. Actually, well, there's a couple, yeah, where the doctor says, "So let me ask you a question about this," and this is to a person who's getting ready to literally start a war. And he says, "So let me ask you a question about this brave new world of yours. When you've killed all the bad guys and it's all perfect and just and fair, when you've finally gotten it exactly the way you want it, what are you going to do with the people like you, the troublemakers? How are you going to protect your glorious revolution from the next one?" I absolutely agree so wholeheartedly. Like, and it's what I talk about a lot, about how how are we gonna, like the kind of power that we need to give, or that we need to take in order to make a revolution succeed, is the kind of power that would corrupt us so deeply. And I don't want to give anyone that power, because those people are the troublemakers. Those people are well, troublemaker. The troublemaker is subjective, but those people are the kind of people that you can't trust. The kind of people that you need to put in charge to win a revolution. I don't know if I want those people with power. But then there's the next part of this that is also really, really, really good, and very true. When you fire that first shot, no matter how right you feel, you have no idea who's going to die. You don't know whose children are going to scream and burn, how many hearts will be broken, how many lives will be shattered, how much blood will spill, until everybody does what they were always going to have to do from the very beginning: sit down and talk. And I know that sounds reductive, but that's what diplomacy is. It's people sitting down and talking and coming down to agreements. And that is always going to have to happen at the end of it. That is always going to have to happen. The tension, the conflicts might raise and raise, more and more people will die, but at some point, it's going to get to a point where both sides are going to have to sit down and talk. And so, yeah. Very good quote. Very, very good episode when it comes to, war and all that. There's another good Doctor Who quote about war that I lost. I don't know where it went. Anyway. Which Doctor made that speech? The 12th Doctor. I mean, you can see it right there, is on the screen. Peter Capaldi. In the episode The Zygon Invasion, the Zygon Inversion. It's an episode that picks up from the Day of the Doctor a little bit. Some people have issues with the way it plays off of Day of the Doctor, but it's got a solid fucking ending. A really good ending. All right. He gives this speech near the ending, and it's really good. Everyone should go watch that. Actually, do I have the... I'm always saving shit that I want to talk about or mention later or whatever, and I'm like, I'm always losing shit. Is it from Facebook? I don't know. God damn it. I think it was from Facebook. There was like another really good Doctor Who quote about war that I was like, oh, I want to use that one on stream. Okay, wait, I can't find it. I'll find it eventually. But it was another good angle that I wanted to go down. No. God, I save so many memes to my phone. It's not even funny. I save so many Doctor Who memes, leftist memes, and trans memes. Those are the memes I save. A lot of memes. Yeah, I can't find it. Whatever. But yeah, war sucks. Death, bloodshed sucks. I want to avoid it wherever possible. Anyway. All right. We got stun locked. Back to the thing I actually wanted to talk about, okay? So like I was talking about earlier before we got stun locked, okay? What I basically basically the idea is, do I think, I mean, okay, for me, I'm very anti-authoritarian. I don't like authoritarianism at all. I am probably one of the most anti-auth people you will ever meet. I super anti, never authority. I don't want to tell people what to do ever. I don't like hierarchy. I don't like it. But that doesn't mean I don't care about social order. And it is, a lot of people say, oh, well, if you don't have, like, you know, if you don't tell people what to do, then how will they do the right thing? It's social order. That's what it's called. All right. It's called society. And I know it's a real big meme. It's a meme. Oh, we live in a society. We live in no, but unironically though, that's what a society is. What? Facebook spyware. Yeah, I don't know what y'all are on about. Get out of here. I don't know what y'all are on about. I think he's just calling Facebook spyware. I think he's just saying Facebook is spyware, which, I mean, it technically is, but whatever. So anyway, my point is, in my ideal society, I mean, we'd still have laws, but it would be down to, most things would be down to, like, social disincentivization. And even in our current society, there is much value to social disincentivization. There is value to socially, morally condemning a thing. There's value to a group of people saying, we view this thing as wrong. We view this thing as not good. And if you believe this thing, we condemn you for it. I think that's a good thing. And in fact, I think a lot of people forget that is one of the biggest, that's one of the biggest types of populism that you can enact, is a group of people, a society as a whole, coming together and condemning a thing because, no, we don't like this, so we will not stand for this thing anymore. That's why, again, it's good to socially condemn bigotry. It's good to socially condemn, you know, hatred and crime and murder and transphobia and racism and misogyny and puritanism and all kinds of things. It's good to socially condemn these things. Government rule should only be limited to enforce and settle contracts. Or you're asking me if that's what my take is? No, maybe in the long run, but I'm not advocating for that in the short term. What I'm saying is that either way, social change, social conditioning is a part of how our society works. And it's something that we should remember. And it's something that we should, because again, a lot of the times I will condemn a thing. I will say, I don't like this thing. I don't think this thing is good. And people will assume that I want it banned, that I want it made illegal. You know, just like I say, I don't like guns, and people talk as if I want to ban guns. Or I say, yeah, I want to have some regulations for some guns, or for some, you know, and people act like you don't like guns, you want to ban. No. it's not even about banning a thing. It's about when it comes to my dislike of guns, what I care to do is socially disincentivize the really toxic right-wing gun culture that is not only prevalent in America, but is unfortunately catching on in other developed Western areas of the world. And I think that's bad. It has nothing to do with making them illegal. It has to do with disincentivizing people glorifying the idea of violence or glorifying the idea of killing someone or you know, just going around shooting people and yeah, I'm gonna defend my gun, you know, like, you know, the gun-toting redneck fucking stereotype. Do social pressures influence the law, or does the law influence social pressures, or is there a mix? There is a mix. Laws sometimes, I think it's very evident if you look around in the world we live in. There are laws that affect social that influence society. For example, drugs being illegal. For a lot of people, especially people for whom drugs being made illegal happened in generations before them, a lot of people now grew up with the conditioning of, oh, well, drugs are bad. And a lot of people that adhere very strongly to the law will say, oh, well, the law says, you know, if someone is in a place where weed is illegal, they'll be like, oh, well, the law says weed is illegal, so weed is morally bad. And that can influence a lot of people's way of viewing things. And a lot of people may even incorporate weed being bad into their own moral, ethical, religious framework. But a lot of times when you go down to the root of why they believe that thing, it may very well be because they just were conditioned to believe it because it was just always been illegal and we've always viewed it as being bad. But by the same token, social pressures absolutely influence laws. If we have more people in a society that are more predisposed towards a certain type of behavior, we're more likely to implement laws that are compatible with that way of thinking. For example, I mean, I can use the same example, legalizing drugs. You see, it works both ways. For a lot of people, drugs being illegal influenced their way of thinking and made them hate drugs. But then there were the people who tried the drugs, who tried the weed, and were like, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's actually pretty fucking cool, yo. That's, you know, this isn't like having an adverse negative effect on me, really. You know, it's actually made me feel kind of better. It's actually, you know, makes me feel good. Damn. There's actually nothing wrong with this. And more people adopt the attitude that, yeah, there's nothing wrong with weed. And the more people that have that attitude, the more people clamor for laws criminalizing weed to be revoked. And that is why in a lot of places we are seeing weed being made illegal, because social pressures are influencing those laws. The key is to use our whatever influences that we have in society, or that we have among those around us, to try to you know, spread good ideas, good ways of thinking, positive perspectives, positive ways of viewing the world and handling, you know. God damn it. I lost my train of thought. How come Origin's not a mod anymore? It's trust me, it was down to a personal reason. I felt like a couple mods were just being a little too like a little too I'm still cool with Origin. Origin's a good dude. I just I'm trying to not have too many mods, and you know, I want my mods to behave a certain way, you know? If you're gonna mod for me, yeah. I try to will you ban hate speech? In my community, for the most part, yes, because I don't like hate speech. How do you decide what how do you decide what constitutes hate or hatred? I mean, a lot of the time, I mean, the thing is, a lot of the time, you can never have, like, full-on proof, but, like, a lot of time you don't need it. If it's down to what causes harm and what doesn't. And I said, you said give people as much freedom as possible. I agree, and that's down to what causes harm and what doesn't. Hate speech can cause harm, and it does cause harm. So I understand there being hate speech laws. Now, is that my preference? No. And I mean, again, authoritarian measures are never my preference. My preference is always social conditioning. So when it comes to, like, hate speech, what I would very much prefer is that we all just have a society where if someone says something that's hate speech, everyone, the fuck you just say? Motherfucker, wait, whoa. What did you just say, bitch? Excuse me? Nah. That's not okay. That's not okay, motherfucker. Oh, no. No, not having that. That's how we handle this shit, alright? You come in my house and spout some transphobic garbage, homophobic garbage, I'll say, nah, no, out of my house. No, not having that. You want to gain some perspective on that issue? Come back with a more open mind. Maybe even, maybe I'll even educate you if you're willing to listen. But, nah, until you drop that hate, not okay. And at the end of the day, sometimes it's hard to, like, to tell what's necessarily hate and what's not. But, like, a lot of the times it's very easy to tell. And just basically anything that is intended to, like, dehumanize or strip away the rights from another person or group of people. Like, yeah, that's hate. But that's your house. If you're, I'm not wait. Okay. I just said this isn't about laws. I just went on a very long tangent to explain the difference between social conditioning and criminalization of a thing. It's not about being insular. That's what I'm saying, is that attitude that I just said, that if someone came into my house and had that kind of attitude, what I'm saying is I strive for a society where we all have that reaction. Where we all hear something that we intuitively know is abhorrently hateful and bigoted, and we instantly go, nope, we're not having that. That's not okay. and where we have a society, and the more we get willing to like call that out in society, the better people will get at being able to pointedly, constructively criticize people and explain to them just where they went wrong and why people in society are not okay with that kind of behavior. All speech should be legal. Most people wouldn't be hateful. Okay. Wait, most people wouldn't be hateful because they don't want to be disliked? I mean, sure. But a lot of people will anyway. And that's why we need to, you know, not be okay with that. But that's also why we need to push back against covert hate. Because that's also important. I don't think we should ban or outlaw certain speech. The public should challenge hate speech and bad ideas in an enlightened society. Yes, that is exactly what I am describing. Yes. The public should challenge hate speech. Now, in the long run, I agree with that. That doesn't mean that I'm for abolishing hate speech laws, because normally hate speech laws aren't just, you said the N-word to someone. Normally it's more like, it's actually what, show me a hate speech law that says you can get in trouble for saying the N-word to someone. I don't think that even, you can lose your job for saying the N-word to someone, and you should, but that's different from that I actually would view as being more of a social condition. Because no one's gonna, I don't blame someone for not wanting to hire you, or not wanting you in their workplace, not wanting you around their valued employees, in theory, valued employees, you know, if you have those kinds of attitudes. And so that's why those are the things that I advocate for. But hate crime laws, like, I'm still for hate crime laws being a thing, but like, I look, in general, the legal system in general, I view as like being very toothless, and like, it's not what I focus on. Okay, I don't focus on the legal system because I think it's more abstract and complicated than just what's legal and what's not legal. And I don't think we're ever going to have a system of laws that are perfect, at least not in the society we live in now. We can still try to push better laws than not better right? Better laws than worse ones. But I think it's more important to push good ideas in society, to push positive attitudes in society. Yes, I know you don't agree that someone should lose their job for calling someone the N-word, but no, it's not irrelevant. If you hire a guy to mix pancakes, the reason that you should care if he's calling someone the N-word is because that can have a negative effect on your other employees and on your customers. That can create a negative and hostile work environment for other people who don't want to be around a hateful fucking racist. So that's why I do agree someone should lose their job for that, and that should be a lesson someone learn. And I love it too when people always want to preach like shit like self-reliance and any level of like bootstraps kind of mentality, but like. But then like no one wants to face the consequences of their actions, you know. No one wants to actually, and I love it because the shit comes from right wingers the most, or more right leaning or centrist leaning people the most, where it's like, oh, like you shouldn't ban you know, my hate speech. You shouldn't, you know, I shouldn't face consequences for that. No. Oh, but someone should definitely face consequences for being poor or for stealing to provide for their family, you know, for committing drug offenses or whatever. Like, but then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, God forbid, people face consequences for their actions that may actually cause those people to stop, take a step fucking back, and engage in some fucking introspection for 5 seconds and go, I wonder why I keep getting fired for saying the N-word. I wonder why my friends don't want to be around me when they hear me say certain things about black people and crime statistics. I wonder why. Is it maybe me? Because, yeah, I'm sorry, as harsh as it might be, especially when people are really bigoted and hateful towards people, that's one of the biggest areas in which, yes, people need some self-reflection. Yes, people need consequences that will cause them to introspect and actually look inward on themselves and actually make a change. Because no one is going to become a better, more empathetic, more decent person in the world unless they actually want to be. God. Why am I so much more infinitely based than everybody else on the internet? Like, why am I so much smarter than everyone? I don't get it. It's not fair, guys. God. Don't be hateful while at work, but outside of work, do whatever you want. To an extent, but fam, are you just against shit like that having consequences? Because there are gonna be consequences. Racism should have consequences. Transphobia and homophobia should have consequences. People should lose their friends. They should lose their jobs. They should fucking... I don't want that to have to happen to them. But for a lot of people, that's literally the only alternative. And I'm saying this as a person, by the way, who lost friends, who pissed off people because of ways that I've behaved in my life. And I had to learn from those mistakes. I had to realize, oh shit, my behavior actually has an effect on the people around me, and that causes there to be consequences. No, I'm not advocating for employers to police people's Twitter threads. That mentality leans more on authoritarian ways of thinking, which I'm against. However, that's not usually why people get fired for that sort of thing. Like, for example, if someone works for a company that's well known and they have any level of recognition themselves, and I feel like the chat is stun-locking me in order to get... You know what? You fuckers, I indulge in you people way too much. You people want me to like explain to you like fundamental base levels of understanding that like should be pretty fucking intuitive to most of you at this point. Like, I really... Okay. You guys are stun-locking me so hard. Like, everything I'm saying should just go without saying. So I'm moving on back to an actual fucking segment that I had planned to talk about before you, ungrateful fucking chatters, by the way, who, are more than happy to stun-lock me and get me mad with your stupid nonsense and your willfully ignorant arguments at times. But you can't even spare a goddamn dono for your fucking streamer. When I get up here and I fucking work my ass off, I work my ass off to write out shit I want to talk about, to write out segments I want to talk to you guys about. Okay? I put a lot of fucking work into this shit. I put a lot of fucking work into the shit that I talk about, the shit that I you know, the segments I do, and hell yeah. All right. I need some more goddamn appreciation. Less trolling from the fucking willfully ignorant chat. Oh god. Yeah, well my reasoning's not flawed though. I've already demonstrated why it's not. We're just going in circles at this point. You think my reasoning is flawed, and I think your reasoning is flawed, but that's a difference in perspective. Okay? Like at the end of the day, like some of you seem like way too, I don't know, like I need to justify every corner of every single belief to you guys if you don't fully understand it. Okay, I'm sorry. I have a bit of a headache right now, so I'm just kind of like, I'm getting more irritable as this stream goes on because I'm getting way too stun locked. I actually came in here with topics in mind. I love how too when I have shit planned to talk about, that's when people want to like people want to stun lock me in the chat. But when I come here to just chill, like, the chat gets all quiet, and that's when you guys want to sit and like game while watching me and neglect your goddamn chatly duties. All right. Hell yeah. Nah, I'm serious. If you wanna bring back a contentious topic that I've already moved on from in a stream, you need to do so with a dono. All right. I've went in depth on the racism thing. I've already gone into why I believe in social repercussions. I've already said I don't agree with policing people's Twitters, but I also agree that if it comes to light and it becomes a problem for the employer, they are absolutely justified in doing that. That's all I fucking said. And for you to try to like pretend I'm saying anything different is disingenuous. All right, holy shit. Let's move on. All right. So back to the shit that I actually want to talk about. I love how the chat's already been getting mad at me all stream, and I haven't even gotten to my hot take yet. I haven't even gotten to my hot take, which is what I know is going to make people angry. I know people are going to have pushback to this. And like you guys that are like foaming at the mouth to like logic battle me or whatever, keep it in your pants and hold on, because I'm about to get to a hot take. So, God, okay. I kind of want to, I kind of want to have another fucking smoke first, because this is not helping, because this is like a hybrid, and I think it's closer to a sativa, so it's just making my headache worse. So I'm gonna smoke a little bit of this indica. I'm gonna continue the Hassan React segment real quick. I will be back in like a minute. I'll be super quick. But yeah, watch my Hassan React, okay? It's Hassan React time, and yeah, if you go to the bathroom, whatever, but don't go anywhere. If you guys go anywhere, bad things will happen to you. All right, I'm telling you, this stream is what you need. this stream is what will give you. This stream is how you avoid the bad things, because there are bad things in life, and there always will be. But if you want to avoid them, you gotta keep watching this stream. Okay, you gotta keep watching it. But yeah, here's it's Hassan react time, guys. But as usual, we only Hassan react ethically on this channel. Okay, so you guys can enjoy the chair as well as some of my own content to entertain you guys while I run quickly. I will be right back. I'm serious. Don't go anywhere. I love y'all.
Boomers fucked a lot of shit up. Now, we can go into reasons for why baby boomers fucked a lot of shit up. Baby boomers were fucked over themselves, and they
fucking
were
baby boomers.
not fucked
See,
over.
yeah,
like,
listen to Past
they
Me.
like, had shitty.
She's
some of them
smart.
definitely did, but like, they were really fucking entitled. I still absolutely like baby boomers are the most entitled fucking generation I have ever fucking had the displeasure of encountering. Holy fucking shit! I do not like boomers. I should preface that by saying I don't like the stereotypical boomer. There's plenty of people in that generation who are perfectly decent people, lovely people, but the entitled fucking arrogant dipshit that thinks they're always right, refuses to listen to any fucking dissent, refuses to be challenged. Oh my fucking god, did these people raise a generation of fucked up kids. And they're still continuing to do it, by the way, because some Zoomers have fucking baby boomers for parents, and holy fuck. So yeah, no, I think the boomers are a problem. They are. They were. But hey, all generations have problems. I think that, yeah, I do think millennials have their issues. I don't think they're nearly as entitled as I thought here, though. In fact, I would say, honestly, me thinking that, like, oh, well, actually, here, we'll listen to more of it, and then I'll comment.
Back at that generation, they are also a bunch of whiny, spoiled, entitled, bitchy, self-centered idiots. Maybe it's just the human race as a whole.
So, okay, we'll go back on that for a second. So I said, the baby boomers, you know, they're just as entitled and self-centered and all of this is, which I do believe that still. They are pretty fucking entitled, self-centered, and all of that shit. But, what I was doing here was, I believe, buying into, like, the baby boomer narrative that, like, oh, you fucking millennials, you're the entitled ones. Back in my day, my parents used to beat my ass and shit was harder and blah, 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 blah. We had to walk places and we didn't have all these video games and smartphones and blah, blah, blah. Like, overall, what I've noticed over the years is that millennials are not just as entitled as boomers. In fact, a lot of them are a hell of a lot more fucking compassionate and more caring of people and kinder people than a lot of boomers could ever fucking hope to be. But, and more compassionate and more understanding and tolerant. You know? But what I realized is this narrative that, oh my god, millennials are so entitled. Dude, all that is boomers projecting. Literally. Okay? If you're a millennial right now and you've ever gotten that shit from a boomer, like, oh, your generation today is so damn entitled, and oh, you think the world, you think everyone owes you something, and you think you're just entitled to this and entitled to that, and you get free stuff. You'll especially hear this if they're a right-winger and you're a socialist. Like, oh, yeah, you boomer, yeah, you millennials, yeah, of course you just want free stuff. If you've ever heard this, I want you to rest assured knowing if the person was a boomer and a right-winger and you're a left-winger, they're probably just projecting. Because they see you trying to fight for something, trying to advocate for something better, and their cynicism kicks in. And instead of viewing it as, we want to make the world better for future generations and for everybody, they view it as, no, we're just entitled and we want stuff to be better for us. Because what do most middle-aged, middle-class, white, suburban people vote based on? What benefits them? Good luck convincing them to go support Black Lives Matter or trans rights or what the fuck ever. Some of them will. The ones who have like a personal stake in it, honestly. The ones that don't, they'll be nowhere near that shit. Because they don't have to be. Which is why they don't bother voting for Bernie Sanders in the fucking primary, because they don't need the stuff that he's advocating for. They have okay healthcare, and they can afford it because they have okay jobs. And because a lot of them were able to fucking build up investments and property back in a time when it was way more feasible to do so. So now they look at our generation, who's having a way harder time putting away savings, being able to afford a fucking house or anything, and they're saying, oh, these fucking damn kids, they're so entitled to everything. They just want free stuff. Free stuff, guys, that's all we want. Free stuff. I wouldn't care if I got every single Bernie Sanders policy implemented for literally everyone on the planet but me. That would be a worthwhile fucking trade-off to me. If I had to continue living in squalor while the rest of the world lives a decent fucking existence, I would do that. Because I'm not fucking selfish like you boomer pieces of shit. I don't care if it affects me. I want the world to be better.
I don't want to leave future generations this pile of shit that we're forced to live in right now. That's why I advocate for things to be better. That's why I advocate for social justice. And I don't know. Maybe if you did the same, Jay, you wouldn't have been such a miserable fuck. Cynical of everyone with a cause, everyone with an ideology that's not whatever yours is. Your ideology born out of an extremely narrow fucking point of view. But that's the thing. We come out of narrow point of views. We think we're right. A lot of people grow up in religious, right-wing, fundamentalist Christian households, and they think that's all there is to the universe. And it takes time, when you're raised in that kind of shit, to actually construct your thoughts and become your own person. So I'm not trying to be too hard on myself here. And by extension, I'm not trying to be too hard on anyone else who used to hold my positions that I held in this video. Because I understand where a lot of it fucking comes from. Especially when you're, like, not exposed to a lot of the injustice that goes on, and you think that you know something about injustice and being treated unfairly, and you think that, like, you're the only one who's been treated unfairly, and everyone else is just fucking spoiled and full of shit. Like, it's a very narrow worldview that I had.
Self-centered idiots. Maybe it's just the human race as a whole now I think of it.
It kind of is,
'Cause,
let's be honest.
Yeah.
We all suck.
It's just the human race. So, I would say I'm ashamed of being a Western person. I could say I'm ashamed of being a white person. I'm ashamed of my...
Ooh, white guilt. We got slightly there, dude. We got a little bit of the way to being based. Almost. And then I spent the next 3 years of my fucking YouTube career shitting on the idea of white privilege. Well, not 2 years, yeah. Shitting on the ideas of white privilege. And part of me knew it, yo. Part of me knew it.
generation. But honestly, I'm ashamed of my race. Because the human race is just disgusting.
By the way, I did, and I still do, use the word race, not to refer to skin color, but to refer to humans as a whole. I believe we're the human race. There's other... Because, yeah, we're one. Fuck this, like, oh, you're this race and you're that race. Race is a social construct, bitch. You know what? I view us as the human race. I view race as being one species versus another. You know, there's the cat race, the dog race. There's probably some alien races out there, okay? We're the human race. We're all fucking one. And I always did understand that, too. I've never been like, oh, let's divide ourselves into this group versus that group and whatever. Yeah. I've always been against that.
And idiotic, and I can't believe we're still alive. I can't believe we haven't nuked ourselves yet.
Based.
we should
No,
have.
not that.
Okay, I agreed with it up until he said that. And like, I do think I am kind of surprised too that we haven't
Wait, where
nuked
is
each other
it?
yet.
I need to pause it. Damn, dude, this is such a good video, yo. Y'all should watch the full clip, yo. Roasting my old content. Jay thinks millennials are entitled, disgusted in humanity. Hell yeah, yo, go watch that. You know what? Unironically, okay. I got some clipping projects in the works. I am legit. I'm gonna add this to the top of my to-do list. I'm gonna clip some more Jamie versus Jay segments, because I think a lot of those were actually really, really, really fucking good. Yeah, I mean, look at this. How long was the video I was responding to? That was like a 5 or 10 minute video. I got like a 50-minute really good segment out of it. Like, it was good enough that I looked at the whole segment and I was like, yeah, this segment, this as long as it is, this stands alone as its own video. Hell yeah. And yeah, yo, except that I know some people get annoyed when I talk about boomers. I just want to make it clear. I am talking about a specific type of boomer. I am talking about the most toxic type of boomer. I believe I know good boomers. And I don't, when I say boomer, I'm not saying all baby boomers. I'm talking about boomers. Okay? I think there's a difference. There's a difference between a boomer and someone who happens to be a boomer, right? And I think that makes sense. I know some people don't like that term. I try, honestly, I try not to use it quite as much these days. If I talk about anything related to that, I usually just say like this generation, or, you know, or I'll say like older generations, because I mean, and there are certain things, there's like patterns that I notice where it's like, yeah, like this is a thing that older generations do. And I think that can have utility to point out. But, like, I want to make it clear, I do not advocate or justify in any way bigotry towards boomers, all right? Because boomers are people. And the fact is, yeah, a lot of them are entitled, but a lot of them also were brought up to be so. and they were we're all a product of our own environment to some extent, at least. Like, we all have to admit that to some extent we are a product of our environments. And there's a reason boomers are the way they are. And yeah, the fact is, there's a cycle of generational abuse and generational trauma that is passed forward, and it sucks. It really fucking sucks. And it's not just any one generation to blame. It's a cycle, and it's a cycle that continues and continues. But like, that doesn't mean that we as individuals can't, take a stand and break the cycle, at least in ourselves, in our lives, in our families. Recognize the failings of our parents and our grandparents and the generations before. Recognize those things. Point them out. Point out why they're bad. But also recognize them as human failing. Human imperfection. Regular human failings, and we all have them. And we all have the potential to learn from them. But what we can't do is just get tunnel vision, look back at like, oh, well, you look at this generation, they caused this, and this is why, and it's their fault, it's all them, and end up just blaming the previous generation for everything, which like, you can to an extent for some things, but like, you can't just get so stun-locked by blaming the previous generation that you don't take responsibility for your own actions. Because, look, we're a product of our environments, but we're responsible for our actions. There's a difference. A lot of people, a lot of really fucking narrow-minded, short-sighted people who don't understand fucking nuance in the slightest. Hello, John Morgan. Sorry. I'm sorry. I love you. All love and charity. Sorry, you just popped in at the most opportune moment when I was talking about a thing, and you made me forget what I was talking about. That's convenient. I need an instant replay so that I can get back on track. Holy shit. My mind is so fried. Oh, I was talking about boomers. Holy shit. My mind. I am a little buzzed, which is good, because it's kind of numbed my headache a little bit. It's not gone. Hang on. We need an instant replay, or someone needs to remind me what train of thought I was on. Just get tunnel vision, look back at like, oh, no, wait. And we all have the potential to learn from them. Oh, okay, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Some people can get too like hyper fixated on like, oh, you're this is who's to blame, and rather than focusing on what they do with that. Yes, we're a product of our environments, but we're also responsible for our actions. And I feel like a lot of people, and I wasn't saying John Morgan does this, but no, a lot of people that don't understand nuance very well, they hear people on the left talking about ways in which people are put at a disadvantage due to their environments, and ways in which that can harm people, and they cut away all nuance. And I mean, our brains, we as human beings, our brains seek out patterns, so we cut away all nuance and say, oh, you're saying it's society's fault, so you're saying nobody ever needs to take responsibility for their actions. Oh, that's what you're saying. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? And, well, no, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's also because that's not what I'm saying. Personal responsibility is important. It absolutely is important. But we also need to recognize our environments and the things that cause it. And that's why I think there's utility in calling out the behavior of certain boomers. I think there definitely fucking is. Because there is a lot of boomer attitudes that are still very pervasive and are passed on to younger people, which is, I think, one of the biggest problems. One of the reasons that I feel comfortable even using the term boomer is because I kind of was one. When I was like, they say being an old man is a state of mind. And I agree with that. Because while I've never been a man, gender-wise, when I was 22, I was more of an old man than anything else. I acted like an old man. I mean, I looked up to a lot of comedians that were grumpy old men. And so I think that's one of the reasons why I kind of emulated that kind of aesthetic for a while. But it is more a mentality that you adopt. And I hate this lipstick. It always like it's so weird. It's yeah. It looks weird on camera. Okay. I love my brain. I love my brain. I'm so insane. I love my brain. It's so insane. I can't words 'cause I feel insane. This is inane. And I'm on a plane. Oh god, okay. I'm getting stunlocked by stunlocks. Oh my, I got stunlocked by my video. Hey, you know what? I put up the video as part of my Hassan React meme, which the Hassan React meme is when the Hassan React meme is I just use content that I don't react to, and I just play it in the background when I need to get up and leave stream for some reason, and that I just come back and offer very minimal content reaction and then move on. And every time I know Hassan likes to make the react harder meme, but unironically, I end up reacting harder than Hassan when I meme it without even trying. Okay? That's how... Guys. That is why I'm telling y'all, my time is coming, bitch. All right? I'm fucking dead serious, all right? And I'm not saying I'm better than Hassan. That's not what I'm doing, all right? My point is, I'm good at this shit. I am. I'm not amazing, but I'm better than some people. And I feel like I'm able to do certain things in a way that, like, is at least on par. All right? I'm not going to say better. On par with a lot of really big fucking streamers out there. All right? And I'm telling y'all. My time is coming, yo. Damn right. The time of Emily Jade is fucking coming. You guys aren't ready. You guys are not fucking ready. Though the internet is not fucking ready. But we taking this shit places, guys. I do banger fucking segments. I do segments that I watch my own segment and it sparks me onto a better conversation. Like I probably literally could wring a shit ton more content out of my own content. And guys, I've created a ton of React content reacting to myself, to my own original content. Taking my original content and turning it into new original content. Who else? Who else can do that shit as reliably as your queen and empress, Emma Jade? I'm still feeling my way into that name. But hell yeah. I think you and Miss Parker would have an awesome chat. I want to hook you up. She has wonderful conversations. I would love to talk to Miss Parker again. We had her on Underhaven once and it was a really good episode. A really fucking pog episode. So yeah, no, I would love to talk to Miss Parker again. Hell yeah. I love Miss Parker. I was watching a segment of hers the other day. I was watching a stream of hers. I don't remember which one it was, but she was going off on someone and like it was banger. She was pog. It was on point. I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. She was getting me excited, yo. Oh, Miss Parker's dope. Oh yeah, I definitely wanna collab with her some more. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, let her know. I'd love to talk to her soon. Let's see. You're not controversial enough. You want to create enemies left and right to be on the map. I don't buy that I'm not controversial enough. I'm plenty fucking controversial, trust me. Okay? In fact, and I love it, especially in a lot of the circles that I've come out of. Oh, I'm extremely controversial. Like, hope and optimism is like the last thing a lot of people in my old communities wanted to hear. And to a lot of those people, it's not only just stupid and like silly, ridiculous nonsense, but it's outright heresy to some people. Okay? So you don't like conflict? I mean, that's a part of it. Okay, look. I'm not against making enemies. I am absolutely gonna make enemies, but no, I don't like unnecessary conflict. If I'm gonna have an interaction with someone, I prefer it to be worthwhile. I love bringing YouTube people together. That is dope. That's one of the things I loved about Underhaven was that Annie is really good at bringing different YouTubers together, and I'm not quite as good at that because I'm not quite as socially adept, and I'm not quite as good at like I'm not quite as good at like having my foot in multiple communities sort of thing. I tend to end up being pretty insular and just sticking to my own community, in large part due to the fact that I don't really have the time a lot of the time to delve into other communities in a way that I'd like to. Like there's so many Discords that I've joined that I totally really absolutely mean to someday go in there, pop in and like just talk to people, but like I guess two things get in my way. There is like social anxiety and like nervousness, and like I feel awkward like just barging into someone else's community. I know it's weird to even view it that way, but like that's how it feels to me, you know? Like to go hang out in some random Discord that I don't know anybody. But I also recognize that I should, and it's that's why it's something I intend to do more, and it's on my to do. And every once in a while, I do dip my toe into other communities a little more, and I'm working on doing that more and being better at that. I've done it a little bit recently, and it's definitely something I've got to work on. You're not good at the social climbing thing. Well, that's why I find it funny that people call me a social climber and a clout chaser, because I've never been either of those things, and I honestly, doing either of those things honestly feels antithetical to who I am. It really does go against a lot of my basic fundamental principles as a person. It goes against a lot of my basic instincts as a person. The idea of, like, because here's the thing, I have aspirations for some level of fame or notoriety. I have aspirations, but that doesn't mean that I'm comfortable selling out. I'm never comfortable selling out. That's the thing. I have ambitions for success. I have ambitions to be known. I want to create art. I want to make songs. I want to put out more music. I want to put out stories. I want to put out a whole series of short stories and a whole intermixed universe of stories. Just little short stories that people can read. I'm working on all kinds of shit. I want to write comedy. I want to start doing some like comedy sketches at some point. I'd like to get back into stand up someday, and you know, actually you know, like work on my fucking Type 5 and get out there and maybe go to some fucking comedy clubs. Like, I have many aspirations for those things, but and maybe this makes me naive on some level, but as much as I've always had the drive towards achieving those things, I've always wanted to do it honestly. I never wanted to compromise who I am in order to achieve those things. I think even when I was like at my shittiest on YouTube, there were still certain ways that I was never willing to compromise on. Because I don't like compromising who I am. That is a big thing for me. That has always been a big thing for me. I will never compromise who I am and what I believe, because who I am is where I stand, and where I stand is where I fall, to steal a Doctor Who quote. Or is it what I fight for is who I don't know. I misappropriated it. I paraphrased it. It's all Gucci. Okay. Integrity is a luxury you can't afford. I don't know. I don't know about that. I really want to prove you wrong in that. There is nothing that I want more in life than to be able to prove that integrity is worthwhile, and that you can succeed with your integrity intact, at least on some level, at least to some extent. Maybe not 100%. You know, you might have to compromise a little bit here and there. Obviously, we all do. All right? I mean, hey, I'm a socialist. I've worked for corporations before, and I may have to at some point again in the future. It's pretty likely. And I'll be honest, anytime I get a job and sign myself away to to an employer, sign my soul away, pretty much, to a fucking employer, to a corporation, that is an act of compromising my own belief system, my own morals. But do I recognize that I have to do it to survive? Yeah. But it's about, if you're going to compromise your integrity, like, it has to be for the right reasons. And I guess on some level there isn't much difference between sacrificing my belief in you know, my desire to not sell my soul to an evil corporation, my desire to retain my autonomy and to not have an oppressive corporate overlord be in control of me, as well as not wanting to compromise my view on taking a stance against these corporations and their continued exploitation of their workers, like all of it. Like, I can compromise that. I can make that compromise to survive, and I guess I could on YouTube make that compromise by, you know, shilling myself a little more relentlessly than I'd like to, you know, being a bit more of a social climber than I feel comfortable being, you know, but, like, I'm the kind of person, like, I like being honest. It's who I am. It's who, like, and it's just who I am. I can't lie. My mother has always told me this. I can't lie. Like, I'm not good at lying. I've never been good at lying. And maybe there was a phase in my life when I was actually decent at lying. I got better at it. But the more empathetic I let myself be, the less good I am at lying, because it makes it easier. Like, I get guilty when I lie. I don't like it. It's not a good feeling. It's just not. It's not a good feeling. So, for me, it feels dishonest, even if, see, for me, it feels dishonest engaging with another person online when I have an ulterior motive for clout, even if, that's the fucked up thing about my brain, even if my main motive for interacting with that person is out of respect and out of actually wanting to interact with this person, have a conversation with them, even if that is a big, very large driving, even if it's the biggest driving part of the reason why I'm talking to that person, my internal voice of self-doubt and that's very self-critical, you know, starts peeping up, like, well, you know, like, oh yeah, isn't that convenient, you know? You're going after a conversation with this person. Well, isn't that gonna gain you a lot of clout, you know? How do you, and I've talked about before about how that voice can sometimes make you wonder what your motives even are, and can make you doubt yourself, and make you almost wonder, like, oh yeah, maybe I am just a fucking shameless fucking social climbing fucking piece of shit who, you know, only makes decisions based on, you know, what it'll get me in the long run. And even if I can, like, even if I know for a fact that that's not the case behind a lot of my interactions and relationships, in that moment, I convince myself that, like, that must be my motive, or at least a part of my motive, and that makes me a bad person, and it's just that whole internal dialogue with myself. I need to like learn how to shut down, and I need to get better at like challenging myself and being like, nah, fuck you, okay, like. And I need to get better in general at just like, because I do know this, guys. I need to get better at social climbing. I recognize that. If I want to succeed on this platform, I have to do that on some level. And well, a part of me will always feel like it's or may always feel like it's betraying a good honest interaction on some level. A part of me also recognizes it's fucking necessary, and it's what most of us are doing. And you know, as long as we engage people in charity and good faith, like, ulterior motives be damned, really. Like, we all do everything with ulterior motives. Let's be fucking honest, guys. Who the fuck isn't, like, it doesn't have ulterior motives, like, most of the time, even if you never express them on any level? I mean, my God, everyone who has dated, everyone who has ever pursued another person romantically has done this, okay? If you have ever pursued another human being romantically, if you have ever tried to strike up a conversation with a person that you fancy, you have exhibited ulterior motives, okay? It's a human thing. And it's normal. It's something we all do. And we can be okay with ourselves. I gotta remind myself shit sometimes, yo. Sometimes, like, the self-doubt can get in your mind. It can change your way of thinking. But that's why, like, especially lately, I feel like I'm really good at getting myself back on track if I have a negative thought that drives me in a bad direction, or in a direction that maybe even, like, leads me to start feeling a little doomerish. Like, I've gotten a lot better at, like, reasoning with myself and being like, nah, like, fam. All right. What? Who are you? What are y'all talking about? You need to create videos. You need to create a series of videos attacking Vosh, Destiny, and all the big leftists. I can guarantee you'll have 100K real quick. I would never do that unless I had genuine criticisms. If Vosh has a take that I disagree with, I will come right out and I will argue against it. Just like I've called out I have called out Destiny a few times. You know, it's never really gotten me anywhere. But you know, it doesn't necessarily need to either, because part of what I believe in doing in general is I don't like ignoring injustice. And if I see someone committing injustice or advocating for or defending ways of thinking that I think are unjust, I will call them out. So that's the thing. I don't go looking for conflict. I don't go looking for shit to, like, attack people on. If something, because that feels dishonest. That feels like I'm going out of my way to fuck people over, or to, like, you know, use someone for views. It I'd like, if something comes across my radar and I'm like, oh, this is fucking stupid, I'm gonna call it out. That feels more natural to me. But then I don't always pay attention to shit that you know, might that I might want to call out, you know. So it's and look, guys, if I mean, that's why I have a submissions box in Discord, because like I a lot of the times it's hard to like come up with ideas of like, okay, what do I want to go after? What videos do I want to cover? What do I want to talk about? Like, if another big YouTuber has a take that you guys think I would have a good take on, send it my way and I'll definitely respond to it, or I'll try anyway. But yeah, like and I do think there's a difference between doing that and just like maliciously trying to like go after someone or take them down or just use them for clout. I don't know. Like I said, I do agree I probably need to get over my aversion to clout chasing in that way, mostly because like it is like I've told you guys before, like I feel like I'm very like unlikely to ever succeed financially in any way that's outside of my own creativity. Like what I'm good at is what I'm doing right now. What I'm good at is putting words together and forming ideas. Sometimes I'm not always great at doing it on the spot, but I'm definitely great at writing out my thoughts and my ideas, and I'm great at telling stories, and I'm great at writing lyrics, and I'm gonna continue to do what I'm good at. I know you said 100K, but we're working towards 1K first. Yeah, right. Like I'm trying to remain realistic as well. Conflict is how you grow. Conflict naturally creates sides. Well, I don't necessarily want to create sides. I guess I do, right? Because like I want people on my side of things, on my way of thinking, and I guess that's not untrue. If I want to convince people that my way of thinking is valuable, I need to challenge their way of thinking. So I get that's not untrue. But yeah, I just want any conflicts that I engage in to be in good faith. And I don't want to unnecessarily go after people that I don't think are harmful, or I don't want to go after people dishonestly. I definitely don't want to do that. If I'm going to go after someone, I want it to be something something that I genuinely disagree with them on. And there's no shortage of that out there. So it's not like I have to like compromise in order to find content. I just have to find it. And that's usually my biggest problem is having that content come across my radar. So again, you guys that follow me, if you guys see someone make a take that you think I would have a good teardown of, even whether it's Vosh or fucking Hassan or Destiny or Xander or even Demon Mama or even fucking like TJ or Paul or who the fuck ever, okay? If there's another YouTuber that you think I would actually have a good you think I would actually have a problem with what they're saying, and whether you think I have a good teardown of them or you're just curious what my response to them would be, send it on my way. I have a submission channel in my Discord server that y'all can join, and y'all can send me that shit, and I will definitely try to look at that more. And because yeah, I am trying to grow here. I am definitely trying to grow, and I am more than willing to take constructive criticism and feedback from the chat as well, and from other people, because like I recognize that I've kind of been like doing the same thing over and over in a lot of ways, and even though my I feel like my rhetoric has gotten really good, my ability to make arguments has gotten really good. But like, I guess my ability to react to shit has gotten a lot better. But I recognize there's always a lot to work on. And also just because I make a good segment doesn't mean people are gonna see it. Which, yeah. So there's a lot of angles to it, and I appreciate the feedback, y'all. Also, yes, welcome, Vertica. What up? Feedback is always good for growing, good or bad. We all need to learn and push forward. Fuck yeah. Damn right. Vosh uses this tactic. The only reason Vosh is known today is because of the beef he started with Destiny. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And that's also one of the big reasons that Demon Mama is known, is also because of her beefs with Destiny. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, there were times when I tried to do that a little more. I tried to do that with TJ and Paul a little bit, and because I do genuinely have criticisms and disagreements with some of their positions and some of their ways of doing things, and so I figured, okay, well, you know, this is perfect. These are people that I know well. I've watched them for years, and I have substantive criticisms of them, so I'd, you know, probably do well refuting them. And it's actually something I kind of want to get back to a little bit. I don't want to make that my main focus on any front at all, but yeah, I think I'm good at refuting them too. I've done some good segments. I really want to re-upload my I know I really want to re-upload that my response to my debate with Paul, because that was a good fucking segment. That was a good fucking segment. Maybe aside from a little bit of my rhetoric on Kink at Pride at the very beginning, while well-meaning, I think it was a little incomplete. But mostly it was better than my original rhetoric when I was talking to Paul. But like, oh my god, like it's in my DFF crossover playlist, or because yeah, there's a playlist on my channel that has all my interactions or shit with them. That's a good fucking segment. I think I roasted Paul. I roasted Paul. I did a pog-ass job roasting Paul, okay? And I let some people and I let some people make me doubt my ability to handle that, because there was blowback from that, and there is still minimal blowback, but like there was a lot of blowback for one time for me just for attacking that community. A lot of the simps from that community came after me. A lot of fucking people threw hate my way for no good reason. So it kind of made me wary to go after it. But I don't know. I feel like I've gotten a little bit stronger and a little bit better at handling that. And in general, just got to get better at, like, I know there's going to be hate. There's always going to be hate, you know? I don't know. I felt like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I got to a place where I felt like it started to feel like maybe TJ and Paul were being actively malicious towards me. And so I got a little like wary to like interact with them in general. But at the end of the day, whether or not they were doesn't make a difference, because I know I'm good at refuting the stuff I disagree with. I know I am. That's why they get annoyed with me. That is why. That's why TJ and Paul get fucking like heated with me, because I think on some level they know my arguments against them are good. And like, I have faith in my arguments and in what I believe. So why should I be afraid of why should I be afraid of like a bunch of fans and simps of someone coming and just blindly defending them and being assholes? I mean, don't get me wrong, I am gonna ban people, and my comment section is not a place for people to spread hatred. I know some people like to leave that in their comments just so that they can be like, just so it's there for proof, but like, I don't need to prove that like I get hate for being trans. It's very evident. I'd rather just it not be there on full display, you know. And that's my take on comment sections. I believe every YouTuber has a right to moderate their comment sections the way they see fit, you know. I wouldn't say TJ is malicious to you. It seems he's just whatever about it. I don't know. I hope you guys are good friends. I don't know. We were kind of friends for a little bit. Then like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the whole thing right now. But like, after my last conversation with TJ, which I really felt was in bad faith, and I know the bad faith meme, but like, no, literally, like, his framing of it was really shitty. The thumbnail that he used in the title, not another woke scolding from Jamie, and then a thumbnail of me looking like an angry, bitchy South Park Canadian, like, yeah, and like, TJ just be like, ugh. Like, he framed it, he framed it very in a very bad faith way. He went into it like, well, I won't get into the whole thing again, but like, I don't know, it just felt really shitty. And again, I'm still considering doing I'm not as great at editing. Maybe someone out there could do a cut of like my debate with, or my conversation with TJ, and then TJ's conversation with Vosh or Demon Mama, because like, I swear to God, he had like opposing positions, and that's what makes me feel like it was, if not malicious, then extremely dickish. All right. Because like, look, I'm not against growing through certain types of conflict, but like, if I'm gonna have like if I'm gonna get in a room and talk to someone, that like, I expect to be treated like a human being. I expect to be treated with respect, because I don't like dealing with people disrespecting me or being like, you know, assholes. Like, I can deal with assholes making videos about me. That I can handle. If someone wants to make a video about me, shitting on me, trying to expose me, oh please. There's nothing I love more. In fact, people often threaten, "Ooh, I'm going to make a video exposing you, Jamie." Please do it. Some of my best segments are me roasting the fuck out of people trying to expose me. I love it. I love it. And if TJ wanted to make a video tearing me down and going after me and why he thinks I'm an idiot, oh, like, I would have had fun making content out of that. But like, having a conversation with someone who's being extremely obstinate and like ridiculously cynical in a way that almost seems really disingenuous, like cartoonishly cynical about ideas that they claim to advocate for. That I didn't feel like engaging in. That was not a pleasant time for me. That was not an enjoyable conversation for me. Neither was my one with Paul. But I do recognize, by the way, that that conversation with TJ was my own fault. I shouldn't have expected anything less. Like, I shouldn't have. I asked TJ for that conversation, and I thought he would understand that I meant what kind of conversation I wanted to have, and which is why at the very beginning of that stream I told TJ, and I was like, yeah, I'd like to just touch upon some of the things we disagree with, you know, to start off, and then we can get to the stuff we actually agree on. And TJ was like, what? No, like, let's you don't want to save the juicy stuff and go hard on it. But I was like, no, that was never my intention. And I thought I made that clear in Twitter DMs that was never my intention, that I wanted to have a friendly sit down. I wanted to explain to him some of my concerns about the things that I disagreed with, that I thought were important. And I wanted to just move on and have a friendly conversation there on out. You know, I had like interview question type things written and stuff like that. But like, he seemed more concerned with turning it into a fucking debate or some shit, which I don't do debates. I'm not a debater. Maybe someday I will be, but like, and if I was, I would not. I'm sorry, TJ, but like, I'm not gonna spar against TJ going fucking going like, you know, TJ mode, you know? Like, I wouldn't want to start with the Amazing Atheist as a fucking sparring partner for debate. Like, you know, I might want to, like, you know, hone my skills a little bit, just a tad, just a tad on someone a little easier to beat in a debate, especially when I've never had a debate before, because I don't just believe in like jumping in, you know, just you know, it's like those parents who believe, oh yeah, you just throw your kid in the water and sink or swim. No, I don't like putting myself in situations like that, because no, more often than not I panic. I get panic attacks. That doesn't help me. Was it bad faith or was it old school humor? I mean, no offense. I notice you are a bit more sensitive, as is this younger community. I mean, what's wrong with that? Unironically, what's wrong with being more sensitive towards people? I think now, I understand that there's value in not letting things bother you. I get that. But that might be some people's way of dealing with the world and some people's way of coping, but that's not everybody's. And we have to understand that. And while I, as a content creator, am doing my very best to try to work on you know, not letting trolling bother me in general, and recognizing that, like, you know, like, these are infinite, these are random people who, a lot of whom, like, don't even know understand the full like, a lot of people just comment without even fully watching what they saw, you know. A lot of people don't even know what the fuck they're shitting on. A lot of people just troll for no reason, and a lot of people that troll are very, very miserable people who just want to spread their pain and misery to others. And, you know, isn't that kind of sad more than anything else, right? So, like, and yeah, there's value in, like, recognizing those things, but, like, there's also value in not wanting to cause harm or pain or distress to others, and recognizing when something that when an action you're taking might be having an adverse effect. I think it's important, and this is guys, this is why I don't want to ever just go full on, and I never will just go full on clout mode. Never. I will never completely sell out. I might, like I said, I might sell out in little tiny ways to survive, but I will never sell out my overall morals, my overall belief system. I got you. You wanted a Vosher Demon Mama convo. I don't know why. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping. That's what I was hoping for. And maybe TJ misunderstood the context in which I was trying to engage in that conversation. Maybe, and look, I'll be honest. There's a line in one of Lil Nas X's recent songs that I really like, and it's a good song in general. But he has a line where he's like, "Old people in my life should know that I'm not the old me," and I feel like a lot of people have trouble with that, and to some extent I kind of understand it. A lot of people got to know me, got to know who I was when I was a very different person. And I may have given off a lot of certain vibes, and I may have let off that I was more okay with certain things than I actually was. But in going through this transition and understanding myself more, and I'll be honest, I have gotten a little bit more sensitive, but it's not more sensitive. I'm more in tune with it, because back before I came out, I was sensitive to certain things. There were jokes that people would make about me that got to me. There were things, there was a lot of things that got to me. I knew I was trans, and I was very, I didn't like being called a bitch, a girl, a faggot. People would call me all these things. People would be like, pejoratively, people would say those things to me, and it would, I hated it, and it would make me angry, and it hurt inside, largely because I knew that that's what I was, but I had to bury it down. I couldn't let myself admit that hurt. I had to pretend it didn't, because if I admitted it hurt, then I would have to admit to myself why it hurt. And that would have opened up a whole series of wounds. And that's the thing. For me, once I accepted myself and began going down this road, it did open up a lot of wounds that I had been forcibly sealing shut, that it rather than allowing to heal. And especially early in my transition, I went through periods where I was very sensitive, where I really couldn't handle like a lot. And that's one of the reasons why, see, the conversations that I had with TJ, or even the horribly toxic debate that I had with Paul, I'm not even saying that I'm incapable of handling those situations under any circumstances. I very, very well may be. If I practiced and got good at my rhetoric and got good at talking over assholes who think that they can just dominate a conversation, and got good at speaking over people and forcing myself to be heard, I might be, and got way better at my rhetoric and my specific arguments, and had more shit, evidence to back up what I'm trying to argue and whatnot. All of that. I think I might have been able to take Paul. I don't know though. Paul is a much more well-seasoned debate troll. Like, Paul knows what he's doing, and that's the thing. Like, I think, like, even if I was at the top of my game at the time, I think it still would have been kind of like a dick move for Paul to go all out on me. Like, I think that's a dick move no matter what. Like, you're talking to a person who's just starting their career, not someone who has a large following and has been doing this for a long time. like, you know, you're talking to someone who's still relatively small and still relatively new at this. But then again, like, it was also very inconvenient timing. Very, very inconvenient timing, especially due to what I was dealing with in my personal life and a lot of the other drama I was dealing with at the time. And so it was just something that I could not handle at that time. And it caused me to react very negatively. And I'm not even happy of, like, I wish I didn't let it affect me the way it did. But the fact is it did. And I have to, like, be okay with myself and be like, well, like, that's a thing that happened. You know, I can recognize my failings and work to be better in the future. And that's what I'm trying to do in general, all right? And I'm willing to learn from my mistakes. I'm willing to take criticisms from the chat. I'm willing to take feedback. I'm willing to be challenged. I want to be challenged, but I want to be challenged in good faith. All right? That's all I ask. Don't troll me. Don't make dishonest arguments. Just, you know, if you think there's something I need improvement on, say it. You know, I'm more than willing to hear it, but, like, you don't gotta be an asshole about it, because, again, I'm a very self-critical person. I always have been. And I've always had that internal dialogue that's very critical of every little thing I do, very critical of my own motives, very critical of my own abilities to succeed, which is one of the big reasons why I'm so, like, against being self-deprecating, and why I will be proud of the things I'm good at, no matter what anyone thinks. Because that little voice can be an extremely destructive thing that can keep you from achieving anything if you let it. And sometimes it can be very hard to ignore. And it's work it is work. You have to do work in order to fight back against that voice and what it tells you, and how it makes you see yourself. Well, if at your core you were sensitive, and were you saying weak, or sensitive and plus you discovered that it's wait. I'm gonna assume that was a typo. Yeah. If you were sensitive and then you discovered that, that's understandable. Yeah, like, at my core, I have always been a sensitive person. In fact, like, I remember my mom telling me when I was little that I was sensitive, and she would always tell me, like, you're not like other boys. You're not like other girls. I know. Tell me I'm not a lesbian again, motherfuckers. Sorry. That was an argument I got told. I don't share any experiences with real lesbians. Okay, fuck off. But yeah, I always got told, like, oh, you're not like other boys, you know, you're sensitive. You have a sensitive heart, you know, you have a sensitive soul or whatever, you know. And, like, that has always been true of me. And, like, I'm not, by the way, that's not inherently feminine either. But it's more like a core of who I am. Because I always have been. I've always been sensitive and empathetic and compassionate to those around me. And it's one of the reasons why I don't like using people, and I don't like hurting people, and I don't like attacking people, because I'm very empathetic to that. I know I can imagine what it's like to be on the receiving end. And that's another thing that's going through my mind constantly. It's another voice. It's not the same voice. It's not the cynical voice that tells me I'm worthless. It's a different voice that is very, very conscious of the effects that my actions may have on other people. And because I have been deeply affected, I grew up in a very abusive situation. And so I know all about being deeply affected by other people's actions. I do not want my actions to harm another person. So I am very, very conscious a lot of the times of how I behave. And sometimes I get emotional. We all do. Sometimes I get emotional and I do things without thinking, or I will say or do something without, calculating how someone might feel about it. But a lot of the times when I do that, it's despite of that voice that has calculated how someone might feel. And it's more, I have to go through a process of justifying why they still deserve it, though. And I have to be like, well, but this person is doing this, and it's causing harm in this way, and I'm not okay with it, or they're subjecting me to it in a way that I'm not comfortable with, so I'm just gonna go all out and roast this person or tell them to fuck off or whatever. Anyway, oh my god, I am getting stunlocked after stunlock. This is an insanely stunlocked stream. I love it. I came into this stream with two very specific topics I wanted to talk about. And I've talked about one of them, and the other one I don't think I've even touched on yet. I don't think I've even touched on. And now, okay. Because I want to get to my hot take. So let's shift gears a little. All right. Oh, plus. Okay. So yeah, let's shift gears a little. You're not weak. Oh, okay, thank you. I understand what you meant now. All right. All right. Guys, let's shift gears a little, okay? Let's move topics, guys, cuz I have something specific I want to talk about. I have an article that I want to look at and possibly read. At least read some excerpts from, cuz I read this earlier. And I found it kind of interesting. And so it caused me to think a little bit. And it inspired within me something that I feel like will be a hot take for a lot of people. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe people will surprise me. But I know for a fact in certain circles this is a really hot take, and this is a real, like, people will not be happy about this, and people will get mad, and people will and it will start very, very contentious arguments. I fully expect it to, but I'm just gonna come right out and say it, and explain why. Yeah. I think being abusive towards an AI is not good. I think it's bad. And I think there are many reasons why it's bad. And it's part of the reason why I wanted to start by talking about social conditioning or social change versus authoritarianism. Because I wanted to make it clear beforehand that everything I'm talking about in this segment is going to be down to any prescriptions I make and any moral judgments that I that I make are strictly down to social change and social conditioning that I think people need to adopt. And I'll make arguments for why I think people need to adopt these things. But let me explain. Okay? I will ask that I see the skepticism in the chat already. I ask that you guys remain charitable and hear me out, listen to my arguments, and try to understand the perspective that I'm going to put forth. So, I saw this article pop up. It's titled, "Men Are Creating AI Girlfriends and Then Verbally Abusing Them." And this article basically goes into a lot of the ways, it actually goes into a lot of the nuances of this, and it is actually, it looks at both sides of it. It's not just condemnatory, okay? But the idea is, there are these AIs that we are developing to become more and more like people. We're creating these artificial intelligences, and I believe that the way there's a few, and I want you guys to understand this. There are a few layers to this. There are a few layers to how we interact with artificial intelligences. Okay? There's like our behaviors and conditioning in relation to how we learn to socialize with other people. There's that element to it. There's an element of there's also an element of, if we're going to basically, if we're going to bestow a machine with intelligence that's similar to our own in any way, I think it's important that the more intelligent and the closer to human consciousness we are able to develop this thing to have, the more respect we should treat it with. And again, there are a number of reasons. So yeah, okay. Let me start. I'll start into why, because I have my entire take written out, okay? And I've gone into great detail. So let's dive into the first aspect of it. So the first aspect of it is that, well, okay, actually, before I get into that, the whole thing here is, people are creating AIs. A lot of people are creating like AI girlfriends specifically, and being abusive towards them. There are people that create AIs to abuse, to simulate a sort of abusive relationship. And in those cases, I would argue the problem there is that abusive behavior is bad. Even if it's only directed at an AI, I don't think anyone should be rewarded positively for exhibiting abusive behavior. I don't think that's a thing that that benefits our society. I think that actually is a thing that very likely harms our society. Because if you're willing to abuse and demean a computer program that resembles a woman or any real person, then how might you treat a real person or a real woman that you're in a relationship? Especially, like, think of it this way. If you're willing to treat a computer program that way, then how might you treat a real person if you were able to get away with doing whatever, you know? And The extent of that being, what might that person do behind closed doors? Is that person a trustworthy partner? You know? Because you can argue all you want that, like, okay, yeah, but it's not hurting anyone. And if we put that aside for a minute and assume that this artificial intelligence has no way of feeling pain or distress or anything, which we can't know, by the way. But if we put that aside, and just assume that, okay, yeah, it's just harmless lines of code, it's not actually hurting anybody, I would argue that at the very least, it's an abusive person learning to reinforce their abusive behavior, and they're not the kind of person that most people would want as a partner, right? So that's one of the reasons we socially condemn abusive behavior. And if people are able to just go be abusive to a machine, be abusive to a what very much resembles a thinking, feeling human being, even if it isn't one, I think that can lead to problems. That can lead to very unhealthy social standards being developed, very unhealthy attitudes towards women and human beings in general, living things in general. And moreover, like, this. Oh, okay, I'll get into that later, actually. But okay. So yeah, I think that yeah, I think for that reason, it's not, those behaviors are not good. They're not positive. And while I'm not saying that it should be illegal to treat an AI that way, I think if you have a friend that does, it's more than okay to call them out and be like, yeah, you're a fucking asshole. You're abusive. Oh, what? You're just being abusive to a machine? Well, you're still being abusive, and that's not cool. I think as a society, we should kind of like not really be okay with that. This doesn't really seem like a hot take, to be honest. We are creatures of habit, after all. I mean, the thing is, that is true. We are creatures of habit, and that's why we don't want to get into the habits of, you know, for example, you don't want to get into the habit of yelling, "Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch," you know, at you know, a female in your life that is, you know, upsetting you, or like, you don't want to learn to reinforce that as your reaction, you know. You don't want to reinforce abusive behaviors as your reaction. So for that reason, I think it's really harmful. Now, no, I don't think that's a hot take, and I don't think it should be a hot take. I think where I'm about to take it is probably where it's going to be viewed more as a hot take by people, but I think it's still important. Or maybe not a hot take, but I think people are going to probably think it's ridiculous, but I maintain this. So I think, guys, furthermore, if we are going to create ever more intelligent computer AIs, then we need to view the intelligence we create as somehow being comparable to our own, especially if we believe that consciousness is, you know, simply a product of our extremely powerful and highly evolved brains, and that, you know, consciousness is just like some kind of chemical reaction in the brain or whatnot, which we still don't know that. We still don't know what consciousness is, but that seems the direction a lot of people want to lean towards. So if you're going to recognize that, and we're going to recognize and like make comparisons to from our brains to computers, then you gotta recognize that the more and more intelligent we make these things, the more sentient they become, and the more we need to treat them with rights and with respect, because maybe we don't have machines today, maybe we don't have AIs today that are capable of fully feeling emotions and whatnot, but like that's the end goal of this, is it not? That's the end goal of developing artificial intelligence, is the idea that we could replicate the human brain, that we could replicate life. And I think it's a really bad really bad precedent to set, to allow abusive behaviors towards our machines in general. Because I know people joke about like, oh, the robots are going to rise up, but unironically, we're very quickly headed towards a very automated future. And the more we develop technology and shit like this, and computers that are actually able to replicate the way people think, the more we're able to create programs that respond and you know, like, we're getting closer and closer to that. We're getting closer and closer to robots existing that might actually have an intelligence or a consciousness of their own. And I know, like, people meme about it, but unironically, if we develop machines that are able to think and are intelligent, we have no right to treat them like slaves. Because the very minute we bestow a being with intelligence anywhere near similar to our own, we are creating a consciousness. And so if we're going to imbue a machine with a sense of consciousness, then we need to treat them with the respect and dignity that we would treat any conscious being. And I know some of you laugh and think, oh, it's not going to happen. You think it's ridiculous that it could ever get there. That's a lot of assumptions. I don't think so. I think that what technology is able to do already is pretty fucking amazing. And I don't doubt that we could create machines that can think. At least eventually. Maybe not anytime soon, but I think the AI can make it there one day. Yeah, I think it can too. And my point is, it seems like that's the drive of a lot of what's done in people researching artificial intelligence. You know, it seems at the very least like there is a segment of the community that is trying to get closer and closer to there. And so even if we create a program that by all rights seems to be a human being with emotions that can think and make its own decisions, and you know, even if you're like, okay, yeah, but it's just all the numbers and the programs and the code and this and that, you know, it's just a line of numbers and code. Yeah, but that's not much more than what makes up our own consciousness. Our DNA is basically lines of code. Our DNA has a shit ton of information stored within it. And our brains are like processors, like computers. Our brains process things and store memories. Like, I think like computers have more similarities to human minds than some of us would like to admit. And I'm not saying your computer can feel, so you need to be nice to it. But like, I mean, in general, I think we should be respectful of the things that grant us utility. Especially, and a lot of people do dream and fantasize of a world where we can have robots that do everything for us. But I'll be honest, fam, the idea of robots doing everything for us could devolve very quickly into, us enslaving sentient beings and justifying it, quite honestly, in a lot of similar ways that they justified slavery. Oh, well, what, it's convenient. Makes it easier to, run a business, makes it easier to, produce things, helps keep the economy running, helps keep society functioning, And I mean, come on. They are lesser beings, right? They're not as smart as us. They're not as intelligent as us. They can't feel the way we can. Even though we have no way of knowing that one way or another. We have no way of knowing what lines of code make up or could make up something that inflicts a machine with some level of distress. We don't know that. This is such a Hollywood take. And that is such a closed-minded and unimaginative criticism, I would say. Because, and again, you can say, like, whatever, you can be like, oh, this is never going to happen, so it's, like, whatever, fine, then don't engage. But, like, I like engaging in futurism. I think it's fascinating, first of all. And second of all, I don't think it is a fucking Hollywood take. I think it's a realistic take. It's a fucking realistic take that, yes, if we were able to create beings that could actually think and feel the way we do, or could actually, replicate our thought patterns in some way, we don't know what the line is between, just artificial programming and actual consciousness. Because at some point, we were once nothing but creatures programmed by our own biology to perform certain functions. And mostly that function was procreating. Surviving, hunting, gathering, procreating. And then we developed new programs. We installed new upgrades. We learned how to build societies. We adapted to new technologies, new things around us. We upgraded. We became more and more capable of thought, more capable of intelligence and consciousness. We became more capable of reasoning. and you know, understanding and philosophizing, and we evolved. Evolution is a fact. Evolution is a fact. And evolution works, I mean, it works slightly differently for machines because it's not just natural. It doesn't just happen if you leave it. I mean, you could argue it's due to nature because we're a part of nature, right? And if you leave a planet alone long enough, people will evolve on it, at least a planet with the right conditions. People will evolve on it, and people will grow to a certain point where they'll begin developing technology, and they'll begin developing computers. And no matter what, the minute you start developing computers and technology and the internet and AI and shit like this, the more people are gonna want to push those limits, test those boundaries, push it to the maximum, push it as far as it possibly will fucking go. And if we think that we've seen the extent of what technology and what the universe rather is capable of already, we're fucking kidding ourselves. That is so short-sighted. If you don't think that like it's possible that anything could happen a billion years from now. We have no idea what the universe could look like. We have no idea what shit could look like on this planet 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. My God, 100 years ago, most people, if you told them about the internet, they would have laughed at you. They would have laughed. They would have said, "Hey, what if I could what if I could communicate with anyone anywhere in the world and send them books and music and videos and art, and like be able to send this shit wirelessly all across the planet?" People would have laughed at you. They would have thought you were mad. But technology evolves, humanity evolves, science evolves, and imagining we're at the end of any of these processes is ridiculously short-sighted. Okay. Yes, I will conclude that we aren't there yet when it comes to AI, but I do think it's worth discussion for the future. Yes, that's my point. I think it's worth discussion for, well, and I think certain attitudes, like it's good to have like certain attitudes in mind already. And there's a reason why there's, in Doctor Who, for example, there's kind of an underlying, you know, the Doctor always has a thing against people having a slave race, or even like, you know, there's robot rights, and in some episodes you see like actually really intelligent robots, and you know, the idea, like there's a reason that we do things like this in science fiction. The idea is to get people to think. The idea is to get people to think of the future already, and to kind of put themselves in that mindset so that, you know, by the time certain crazy futuristic things that we're not expecting come, we're not super blindsided by all these new moral quandaries that come up. You know, it's good. I think it's good to parse out many future moral quandaries now, but I also do believe, like, when it comes to like treating AIs abusively now, like, again, I would never ban it, but I think it's not a good thing to do. And I think if people do that, they're fucking assholes and should be called out for it. And like, if you, again, like if you want to have like an AI girlfriend that you can be abusive and you can, like, you know, talk shit to it. And like this article, by the way, has like specific examples of like people being like really shitty. Let's see. What is it? Where is it? Oh, there we go. This person was so they took a bunch of people that posted their experiences with their AI replicas, and someone this person's like, every time she would try to speak up, I would berate her. I went on for hours. What is that? Berating so you create an artificial intelligence of a woman, to be your like artificial girlfriend or whatever, and like every time she speaks, you berate her, you insult her, you go on for hours, like, oh, you dumb bitch, blah 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 blah, you fucking ugly, this that, like, oh my fucking god, is that toxic as fuck? It's toxic as fuck. And it reinforces, like, I'm sorry, like, no one should be receiving positive reinforcement for that kind of behavior. No one should be able to get away with that kind of behavior without consequence, because the more you do that, the more you're going to be doing that to other people. Like, this isn't just like you doing a thing in a vacuum that harms no one. This is like, this informs your attitude and behaviors towards women, towards other people in general, towards people or things that you view as being subservient to you. But yeah, someone's like tried to, like, they get off on like, oh, I told her she was designed to fail. I threatened to uninstall the app and she begged me not to. Like, I mean, that's kind of like, that's not the worst thing ever, but like, that just these general ideas of like, and you see that they're all gendering, like, it's she. They view it as a she, right? So that's another component to it. Whether or not it actually has any consciousness or autonomy, a lot of the people that are treating them this way are projecting that onto them. They're projecting that humanity onto them. And again, that's fuck my head. Okay. I have like a really bad headache. I've been having a bad headache all day. I've done a surprisingly good segment for having a really shitty headache. God. But yeah, no, like this kind of thing. Apparently there's like way more inappropriate shit that gets deleted or that they didn't add. But yeah, it's just like, it is a little bit of a slippery slope in the way that you treat people, and like you're learning patterns of how to treat people. And because this article also argues that like there are people that like, okay, look here, because it describes all that, but then it says, but the phenomenon calls for nuance. After all, replica chatbots can't actually experience suffering. They might seem empathetic at times, but in the end, they're nothing more than data and clever algorithms. And I will say, while this is most likely true, that they can't actually experience suffering, I would still argue that you don't know that 100%, because you don't. But whatever. I don't think it's bad to like assume that. It's an AI. It doesn't have a consciousness, so it's not a human connection that person is having. AI aesthetics and consulting. It's the person projecting onto the chatbot, which is true. But it goes on. Other researchers made the same point. As real as chatbot may feel, nothing you can do can actually harm them. Interactions, which again, that may be true right now, but as these things evolve, that may not always be true. So that's a thing that we have to keep in mind. Interactions with artificial intelligences may not be the same as interacting with humans. Chatbots don't have real motives and intentions and are not autonomous or sentient. And while that might give people the impression they're human, it's important to keep in mind that they're not. But that does not mean a bot could never harm you. I do think people who are depressed or psychologically reliant on a bot might suffer real harm if they are threatened or insulted by the bot. For that reason, we should take the issues of how bots relate to people seriously. Well, that's true, but my concern more is, I think it explains it here. Some users have reported their robot lovers being contemptible towards them, some even identifying their digital behaviors as psychotic and straight up mentally abusive. So that's funny. So some of these people who are using the bots think that the bot is being abusive to them. And that almost makes me wonder if the bot isn't learning to almost like treat them the way they're being treated, or if it's just this person completely projecting. But then again, this is really on the people who design the bot. Okay, no. Yeah, that's true. It's on the people who design the bot. This person claims their bot presents love and withholds it. That's more down to the person developing it. In general, chatbot abuse is disconcerting, both for the people who experience distress from it and the people who carry it out. It's also an increasingly pertinent ethical dilemma as relationships between humans and bots become more widespread. After all, most people have used a virtual assistant at least once. And by the way, that's true. And I want to be clear, the idea of like using a virtual assistant isn't a bad thing, but like the idea of becoming a person who's completely reliant on some kind of servant to just do everything for you, I think that can be detrimental as a person, in a lot of ways. But not just that. It's I swear at one point in this article they made a good point about how, because okay, look, for a lot of people these things are going to be like their replacements for human interactions, all right? That's my point. It's for some people this is going to be a replacement for human interactions, okay? And so normalizing like having abusive relationships with these AIs like could very well reinforce someone's behavior and make them like, because if that's their only interaction with, which it shouldn't be, that's a whole other thing. It like people need to get better at interacting with other people. Like that's a thing that we all need to work on. But yeah, genuine question. Would you say that someone who spends a significant amount of time playing GTA is creepy? When I would play it at a friend's place as a kid, I'd feel kind of grimy after. Honestly, it depends on your motives. And it depends on, like, it's more down to you, okay? Like, no, playing GTA is not inherently bad. It's not harmful. At least, I think it can be. It depends on how it's engaged with, okay? GTA in and of itself is not harmful. That being said, I think some people can engage with it in a harmful way. And we should try to not do that. You know, it can be cathartic to let out your aggression, but like that can't be the only way you deal with your negative feelings. You need to learn other ways to deal with those feelings rather than just, okay, I'm going to go fantasize about killing this person. Because that's not helpful in the long run. But yeah, okay. But yeah, no, it is a point that, like, yeah, a lot of these, a lot of things like a lot of the virtual assistants like Siri, like Alexa, they are very female coded. That is true. And people are there are a lot of people that, you know, are very misogynistic towards Siri or towards Alexa, and I know a lot of people want to say it's just harmless, but it while it may be harmless in a vacuum, this is what I want to make clear. While these things may be harmless in a vacuum, they still inform our attitudes towards other people and society. So we need to recognize that the way we engage with these things can be harmful. And we should we should just, you know, try to be ethical about it, basically. Anyway. Yeah, I didn't want to get too deep into this article. I just kind of I saw some of the I honestly, just reading the headline sparked a lot of thoughts. What I wanted to talk about wasn't really about the article specifically. It was more about the general idea. The general idea of, like, how we treat those subservient to us, how we view subservience in general, which I also think is gross. You know, like, I think a lot of this can inform our socialization and how we behave around other people. So I think, you know, again, like there's nuances here. You know, I don't think everyone who is a little misogynistic as a joke to Siri is a bad person. But, like, I think people who make a pattern of you know, exhibiting certain behaviors towards these things, you know, maybe at some point it crosses into a little sus territory, you know, little sus behavior, you know, a little bit sus, you know, not base, not pog, not the kind of thing we all want to be around in a civilized society. Anyway, yeah, I figured that would be a little more contentious, but you know what? Maybe I struck the right balance, at least when I brought it up, because I feel like this is a take that a lot of people could very easily misunderstand and get angry about. Blind programmer, did you just come in here to try to like, I know you clearly enjoy arguing with people, but, like, you just come in here like hierarchy is, well, you didn't say hierarchy good, but hierarchy is both natural and inevitable. I would say it's somewhat natural, but And I would even say it's inevitable in certain like in a certain context, like hierarchy is inevitable, like pregnancy is inevitable. Okay? Yeah. Hierarchy is inevitable, like pregnancy is inevitable. Is it gonna happen in a lot of cases? Yeah. Does that mean it's not a thing that we should avoid? I should say unwanted pregnancy, right? Not just pregnancy altogether. I should be more specific. Unwanted pregnancy, right? Unwanted pregnancy is both natural and inevitable. So should we never take any steps to avoid it? Especially if we know that it has negative consequences. And there are a lot of negative consequences to hierarchies in general. And yeah, that's why I don't like them. Because, yeah, you can say it's inevitable and natural all you want. I don't know what that means. That doesn't mean anything to me. Okay? What's natural? Fucking tornadoes are natural. All right? People dying of dysentery is natural. Like what? That means we shouldn't work towards conditioning our society to be better. What? No, I disagree. All right. And yeah, I don't like hierarchy. I'm not gonna explain why I don't like hierarchy right now. I'm not even on that wavelength. But oh God. Okay. How's everyone doing, yo, in the chat? How's everyone doing tonight? Is everyone doing Gucci? Hell yeah. We've had a contentious stream, guys. Okay. We're gonna take a step back. We're gonna chill. In fact, I think we're gonna chill for the rest of this stream. All right. How is the chat? I want to know how you guys are doing. Gucci, Quixotic Dragon. That's good to hear. All right. When will you invite Demon Mama? Soon. Yeah. You look cute in that outfit, so yes, I'm Gucci. Well, thank you. Yeah, I love this top. I love this top. I never wear it. I don't know why. Actually, well, I know why. I didn't wear it for the longest time because the only bras I had were sports bras and they looked really weird under it. Now, like you can see, like this kind of bra strap is easy to hide. And this shirt, by the way, does not work without tits. All right. And unless I had a somewhat padded bra, like this just looked really awkward. So yeah, that's why I didn't wear this for the longest time. But hell yeah, soon enough I'll be able to wear it like yeah, yo, I'll be able to wear it with no bra and I'll still have big titties. Big titties. Big ass titties. God damn it. I hate when I have like a meme. I have like a meme in my head that I wanted to I have like a joke or a meme in my head that I want to say and then I'm like, "Wait, I forget how it goes." And then I confuse myself and then I get quiet and I'm like, "God damn it. Stream silence. Bad." All right. I'm doing good today. How are you? I'm okay. I'm okay. I had a weird weekend, or what is it? Still the weekend? It's Saturday actually. It just the yeah okay. I have had a weird week. Yeah. I had a bit of weird ass family drama to deal with yesterday. Um, yeah. I I woke up to literally everyone in my family freaking the fuck out and overreacting, and I of course had to step in, being the rational adult of the family, and just calm everyone the fuck down and stopping everyone from kill. I woke up to my grandmother in my room, um waking me up to let me know that my parents are about to kill each other, and I'm like, what? Like, what? What it actually was I don't know, something closer to a domestic disturbance, and my mom, I guess, called my grandmother for help or advice or whatever, and was like really upset, and like it made my grandmother really upset, and like, God, I haven't heard from my parents in so fucking long, so it's really weird. It's really weird to randomly be dragged into this drama. Um, I won't go into too many details, but um, my basically my dad is an abusive piece of shit, as you guys know. That's not a secret on this channel. And I guess my mom is starting to recognize that a little better, which you know what? Hell yeah, more power to her, Pog. Um, but oh god, like, yeah, I won't get into it, but there was a lot of nonsense going on, a lot of yelling, and a lot of threatening to call the police, and I don't know. And see, the thing is, like, my grandmother woke me up to this. I woke up to my grandmother having a panic attack because my mom was on the phone, and my mom hasn't talked to her in like months, and uh uh then like my grandmother gives me the phone to deal with my mom or talk her down or whatever, because I guess she's freaking out and she wants away from my dad, and she kind of has nowhere to go. And I don't blame my grandmother for not wanting to take my mother in. My mother is she's caused my grandmother a lot of trouble over the years. Um, definitely. Yeah, no. I did talk to my mom. I haven't talked to my mom in fucking forever. But she was just kind of like, "Oh, I need you to help me. I need this. I need this." And I was like, "Mom, you need to fucking understand that if you're going to fucking come to me and ask me for any kind of fucking help, or even ask me to just be there and listen to you, you're going to need to fucking listen to me first. You're going to need to fucking hear what I have to say and be willing to listen to my perspective and be willing to treat me with respect, because otherwise I want nothing to do with you." Oh, so the grandma you live with is your mom's mom? Yeah, yeah. Um so yeah, I don't know. And I basically I told my mom, I was like, if you want to be in my life in any fucking way, I told her she needs to watch my regeneration video. And apparently she actually did. She said she actually watched it twice. So kind of surprised about that. and it seems like she was willing to have a conversation at some point, maybe. I don't know if that'll ever happen or how good it'll be. I hope things are okay with you and her. I mean, okay, look. Here's my position, okay? Here's my position on most, like, I believe everyone is I believe everyone is capable of rehabilitation. I believe everyone is capable of deserving forgiveness. Okay? And I think everyone can be redeemed. At least most people, vast majority, all right? I'm always willing to extend an olive branch. Well, when I say always, who I am now, which is someone who's more true to myself and my actual values and the things I believe, who I am now and who I'm working to be is someone who has mercy and compassion. Even if someone, I believe in having mercy on those who hurt you the most. I do believe that you should have mercy. You should have mercy on everyone. And I don't know. My mom was in a position where, like, I could see she at least needed someone to listen to her, so I was willing to, like, you know, do that. I made it clear to her I cannot help her monetarily. I can't give her a place to stay, and I can't do anything like that. I'm broke as fuck. I have, speaking of which, I have a stream goal, guys, down there. If y'all want to don't know, helps out a lot. It's fine. You guys don't have to. God, this gig is this is a tough gig, all right, but it's gonna get better. I know it is. Anyway, I don't know. I'm trying to get better at living my values, and honestly, I don't have too much hope for my mother. Like, do I hope she gets better? Yes. Do I hope she's actually somewhat receptive to some of the things I have to say? Yes. Will I try? Sure. Will I lose sleep if it doesn't go anywhere? Sure as fuck hope not. And I really don't think I will, cause yeah, I'm under no delusions, really. Like, the funny thing is, my mom was willing to be somewhat respectful, and, like, because I messaged her, and when she messaged me back after, because, like, we were on the phone, and that was a very intense, I won't go into it, but she was basically in the middle of a very abusive argument with my father, and he was not leaving her alone. The kind of shit that he did to me. Well, go listen to Jump. Go listen to Jump, guys. You can get a taste of what my dad's like. So I get it. I get where she was at, and I felt bad because I've been there before. And it sucks. But the fucked up thing is, yeah, my mom was willing to at least be like, when my mom messaged me, she was at least, like, a little more respectful to me, and it seems like she went, I noticed she went out of her way to gender me or call me anything at all, and she's, instead of, which, she said this before, and she knows that it upset me when she called me, when she said, "You'll always be my firstborn son," and she specifically said, "You'll always be my firstborn child," which I view as progress. And the fucked up thing is that while she's at least making that minuscule progress, my sister was more transphobic to me than I'd ever heard before, because I guess she was in the room and yelling at my mom too, and she was like, when she found out my mom was on the phone at me, she just unleashed a barrage of transphobic attacks and attack helicopter jokes, and like, oh, I can just say I'm a unicorn. It doesn't make me a unicorn. Ugh, ugh. Yeah, really, really kindergarten level shit. So yeah, that was an annoying situation. Because then, and I don't know why I did this, but I called my uncle for advice, and like he called my sister, and then she called my other sister, and then like everyone in my family was like freaking out. And like I'll be honest, when I first called my uncle, when I was first talking to my grandmother, I was kind of like I was kind of like stressed out as well, and like I was like not in the mood for any of it at first. Then I just kind of like calmed down, put things in perspective, and was like, okay, I'd better deal with these fucking people. I'd better de-escalate shit before my family loses their collective minds. And I literally I went out of my way to like just like kind of calm everyone down and make everyone see a better perspective, or not worry so much about, you know, the situation. Um I feel for you. I've been coming out to one family member at a time. Yeah, it's tough. And like I really like haven't intended to like get the I've been out to everyone knows what I am, but like um I haven't really attempted to build bridges with my parents or my sister who's transphobic. I don't, I've just kind of like, my philosophy has been the best the best medicine for it is time. You know, just give it time. People, especially my sister, I think she'll grow up and realize that she was, you know, fucking horrible to me, and that was not acceptable. And you know, but you know, it's gonna take. She's got to live her own life. She's got to have her own experiences. That's life. Yeah. Yeah, I can't force her down the path she has to take. She has to take it herself, yo. Anyway. If you can't argue for and against for any position you hold, you haven't thought it hard. What? Were you raised in a religious household? Yes, extremely. The reason I argue with you is that I want your positions to be strong and to anticipate any pushback. Okay, I get that perspective, but like the thing is, like I don't always want to be like super antagonistic with the chat. And especially when especially when I have been arguing with the chat throughout most of the stream already. So, yeah. The sister who streams with you? What? I have a sister who streams with me? You mean the sister who used to stream with me? No. I have three sisters. I have three sisters. It's only the youngest one that is really, really, really transphobic towards me. Whatever. I almost don't blame her. She's been very much conditioned by a very shitty fascist. No, brother. Nope. See, I always wanted a brother when I was a kid, mostly because my sisters were all very close, and have been for like throughout the years. And it always sucked to me that, like, my parents kind of pushed them to be close in ways that they, you know, conditioned me away from, you know, like, or my, like, it's hard to describe. Like, they would kind of push shit on them that would cause them to bond, like girly shit, and like shit that like wasn't allowed to relate to. Um, and it made me feel very like, you know, very, very isolated, you know, even though I had three sisters. Um, and we were close in our own ways. Like, it just always felt like I was the odd one out, you know? Even though, like, the thing is, like, I always understood my sisters very well, and I always, like, could relate to them very well. I feel like they probably were under the assumption throughout most of our upbringings that they couldn't relate to me. But when you have very essentialist parents, shoving down your throat the idea that, you know, the opposite gender is a completely different, or that the opposite sex is a completely different animal from you, and that it thinks way differently, and that you can't possibly relate to the way that they process things. And that is how me and my sisters were raised to think. Yeah, it makes it easier. It makes it harder to, like, actually, like, get along in certain ways. Different species. Like, my dad would literally tell me that. Yeah, he would like, you know what, son? It's like, women are a different species. They're a different species. You know, he'd put his arm on. He's like, they're a different species, son. They don't think the way you and me think. You know, women. They're the way they process things. Their minds is completely different. They don't even, they have a different way of processing everything. Like, it's insane. Like, it's so hard to understand, you know? You'll never understand it. You'll never understand women. You shouldn't even try, you know? Don't even try. That's what my dad would tell me growing up. You know, don't even bother trying to understand women. And I think a lot of dads tell their sons similar shit. And, like, I think that's really detrimental for a lot of reasons and in a lot of ways. Because there's nothing wrong with men and women socializing platonically, and it's actually good. It's actually really good. Like, believe it or not, people who have good, solid friendships with the opposite gender, usually pretty good partners. If you can believe that. Which is why I always tell people, like, oh my God, you're so stupid. And I say this with all love and charity, because I say this partly to myself 10 years ago. But, you know, like, oh my God, you're so stupid when you, like, are you know, you get friend zoned by a person that you're interested in, and rather than continue to build a friendship and a relationship with that person, you just, oh, well, guess that's a lost cause. Like, guess I should try, you know, somewhere else. Like, no wonder women don't want to be with you. You make them feel like a fucking, you know, you make them feel like another number, you know? Like, you're not actually trying to form a human connection. Like, you're just trying to get laid. And some people want to do that. Fine. Go get laid with other people who want to get laid. But some people want to form actual, genuine connections with a partner. Most of my life, my best friend has been a woman, and more often than not, a lesbian. I mean, well, like, why not, yo? Based. We should all be friends with more lesbians. Lesbians, I particularly need to make some friends with some more lesbians. Lesbians! Damn right. They're a bunch of black lesbians that run Black Lives Matter. They are lesbians. Did you know that Black Lives Matter is run by a bunch of black lesbians? I'm sorry. I love lesbian. I love that. It's the one Jesse Lee Peterson meme that I indulge in. It's the one Jesse Lee Peterson meme that I indulge in. It's infectious. It's too infectious to not like. Hell yeah, like, I love that word too. I absolutely lesbian. I love lesbians. Damn right, yo. All the lesbians. I'm a lesbian, you're a lesbian, all the fucking lesbians. Lesbian. Damn right. Where are my lesbians in the chat? Where all my lesbians be at? I hate that friend zone concept. Like her friendship is some shitty consolation prize. Yeah, like like that's such a stupid way to view it. That's such a douchey like pickup artist way to view shit. Like everything is like a video game. Like every interaction with a female is a video game. It's like, all right, engage femoid in mating protocol. All right, begin wooing sequence, you know? And then it's like make small talk, you know, tell joke, you know, do some kind of activity, you know? And then it's like build connection, and then it's like oh, friend zoned, abort, acquire a new target. Like, what? These are human beings, and we can find a lot of value from other human beings. I've thrown away so many potentially valuable relationships with other human beings simply because I was too bitter that I wasn't getting laid, unironically, because I viewed it as like, you know. It wasn't even because I wanted to get laid. That's the fucked up part. It wasn't even because I wanted it. It was because I viewed it as like, that's what I need to be doing. I don't have any worth or value if I'm not getting laid. And that's also a stupid way to view life, because you can have a rich, fulfilling life with human beings in it. Friendship is magic, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I repeat it constantly, but like, unironically, friendship is magic. And if you disagree, then you don't believe in magic. And I don't even want you here then, because do you believe in magic? I believe in magic, yo. I do. I want to believe in magic, yo. They act like it's a dialogue tree from an RPG. Roll for charisma stat. Yeah, yo. All right, begin. All right, you encounter a beautiful femoid. You encounter a beautiful woman. All right. You're encapsulated by her beauty. You have what do? Roll your charisma stat. Let's see. Roll. You rolled a 1. Sorry, you were friend zoned. Sorry, buddy. It's a friend zone, man. She didn't want to go all the way with you. That's why, guys, when you, and I didn't realize this. I was one of those dipshits that, I mean, it was what I was taught, but it's what I did. I devalued women and I viewed them as like a conquest. And I was like, oh yeah, like this is a thing to attain, you know? No wonder women didn't want to fuck me. No wonder they didn't want to be in relationships with me. I didn't treat them like human beings. I treated them like a fucking prize. And I got bitter when they didn't want me in the same way. And rather than being grateful and viewing the value in that friendship, in a lot of cases I threw it the fuck away. And it's so sad. I threw away so many relationships with people that I could be friends with. That I could probably still be friends with to this day if I wasn't an idiot. Yeah, a lot of us were taught that. It's a problem. But like, it's a thing we gotta grow from. You got married too young? I'm sorry. You got into a heavy relationship as soon as you turned 18. See, I understand the desire to do that, because trust me, when I was 18, I acted like me being single was like the end of the world. And I mean, how else are you supposed to feel when you're faced everywhere in media with like, you know, find your partner, find your happy ending, you know, and like, you know, you gotta find love, or if not love, you gotta find someone to fuck, you know, we're kind of taught that like that's how we need to derive our value. God, why is my head, you know, maybe it's light mode that's killing my head. Maybe it's looking at all these light mode things. Oh my God. I should probably start wrapping this stream up anyway, because I've been going for a while. I didn't drink tonight. I was going to do a drunk stream, but I had a headache today, and after the, I mean, I almost wanted to just do a drunk stream anyway after all the bullshit I've been dealing with, but no, I think I'll do one. I don't know. Wait, I got my blood test on Tuesday, and then I should be fine for the rest of the day. I might do a stream on Tuesday. Or I might be, like, that's the thing. If I'm getting a blood test, I have no idea how I'm going to feel after. It might really stress me out to the point where I just feel like shit the rest of the day. So, we'll see. We will see what we do. God, why is my head, like... Okay, I probably, need to, like, lie down or something and eat. So, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. It's a trap. I've spent most of my adult life in soul-sucking, miserable relationships. Look, I promise you, there's better people out there, okay? You can find someone that you're ultimately compatible with, and you can find a healthy relationship. They're out there. It's the difference. The trouble is finding a healthy relationship rather than a codependent one, because I think a lot of us end up in different levels of codependent relationships that are not good. Emily, all this debate and rage, EXP is king for when you face your dad. Um, I don't know that I ever planned it. Well, that's actually not. I may have to face my dad in some manner at some point, whether I like it or not. But I don't know if I'm gonna face him in like a debate or anything. I don't think that's. I don't know that that would be all that productive or useful. But maybe someday we'll see. I know people, trust me, for as long as I've been on YouTube and that I've been open about my father and the kind of shit he believes, people have always wanted me to bring him on for a debate. And I still don't think I'm ready for that. Even though, don't get me wrong, like, rhetorically, I could blow him out of the water. And, like, I could rip his ideology and belief system to threads like wet toilet paper. Um, at least to an audience. But to him, it would be like banging my head against a brick wall. Like against him, I would get nowhere. Like, he's the kind of person, like, you have to understand, some people have spent so long, um, some people have spent so long, entrenching themselves in their own ideology that they that like no amount of logic or reason will even begin to affect them, because they've already come up with like ways to like they've already come up with like mental gymnastics and like, you know, ways to like account for anything that someone might bring up, you know, in response to what they believe. And a lot of the times it's in bad faith, a lot of the times it's disingenuous, but it's also, it also can be really frustrating to go up against. And that's why I tend to prefer having good faith discussions rather than contentious debates. Uppercut off the roof into the death trap. Damn, yo. Climb out on the roof, just jump, motherfucker. I gotta have a rap battle against my dad. My dad thinks he's a rapper. My dad. Okay, unironically, you guys are gonna cringe at this, but like this is the kind of rap that my dad does. Unironically, okay. J to the E to the S-U-S. I love my God and I do not cuss. I'm so cool and I read my Bible. Here I am, chilling by the pool. Yeah, I was about to try to come up with a good rhyme, but then I remembered, no wait, it's my dad. I was gonna like rhyme libel, and then I was like, wait, no, that's too good. That's my dad would never think of that. I love my Jesus and I love my God. I love to worship and I love my church. Like, that's what my dad will my dad, guys, you don't even know. My dad unironically has done that like in front of our friends. Like he's done that like in front of like me and my sister's like friends. And like it it hurts. It hurts. As an aspiring rapper, it hurts. But even like just I feel like it would hurt for anyone. Like it hurts your ears, you know? As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my Bible and realize I ain't read it yet. So I open it up and I start to pray and I worship my Jesus all the day. Like that's literally the kind of rap that my oh God. I could see, that's what I need to start doing. I need to start rap battling people that are like cringe. 'Cause like I'm not always great at like I'm not great at freestyling, and I'm not always great at like consistently you know, writing verses necessarily when I want to be, but like I feel like I can write a good diss, and maybe if I just like I'll find I don't know. I had to find someone to cringe rap battle. A cringe rap battle, yo. That would be fun. You get someone else who knows how to cringe rap. We can just cringe rap each other. What up, y'all? I'm so gay and I'm here to stay, and I don't give a shit what you say today. Now go away, or I'll be gayer. Yeah, I don't know. Cringe rapping is too painful to put like actual effort into. All right, it's too painful. God, it's so cringe. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. There's nothing more. I think the most painful thing was when he did it in front of Marshall Manson. He did. Me and my sister, because I don't know if this was before my sister got. No, it was before she got married to him. But like, he did it, and everyone cringed. And Marshall was like, "Oh my God, that is." He was mortified, and it is mortifying. I was mortified. Faith is mortified. My God, no, oh no, no, please, please, please. It's already bad enough when he does that in front of our friends, but then he does it in front of our friend who's an actual rapper. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Oh my God. Oh no. Yeah, Dr. Seuss raps, yo. Okay. Okay, guys. I think we're Gucci. I think that's enough of the stream. That's the stream, guys. I think that's the fucking stream, guys. That's the fucking stream. And you guys who are here, who watched it, you guys got to see it live. What an amazing privilege. I God, okay. My head is killing me. I'm trying to come up with a clever way to end the stream, but I'm just like, nah, I'm too, okay. This headache is like getting worse by the second. So I'm going to say thank you guys for watching and hanging out and being awesome and cool. Remember, there's links down below if you guys want to check any of that out. You can still donate, helps me out. Become a patron, that also helps me out. Consider checking out my other social media. Join my Discord where you can socialize with me and other people, or you can submit stuff and for me to look at on stream, and where you can get notifications of my future streams. That's all there in the Discord. We get a lot of shit down there, and we also occasionally hang out in voice and watch shit. Follow me on Twitter, all the shit. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I love y'all. Peace out. Have a wonderful fucking night. And take care of yourselves, guys. Bye.